Had a little work accident last week. Good. That is working. We are live to YouTube. Mic's on. The only way they're going to hear the presenters over the stream is if they talk into the mic.
Okay.
If they like to walk around, it'll be better if they grab the mic off of here and carry it with them. Otherwise,
Oh, okay.
All right. Right off there.
Yep.
And we've got a clicker right here for them to go through their presentations. We
Really appreciate it.
push this up here. There we go. All right.
So like if they wanna, it's just one continuous PowerPoint?
This appears to be one continuous PowerPoint. I'm gonna escape out of here real quick. Take a look. And then, yeah.
Afterwards. All right.
Yeah.
Works very well.
Well. And if you ever have to exit out of the PowerPoint for some reason, I've made the background of the computer the main title slide, so it'll keep everything nice and clean. And I'll be running around in between presentations to make sure everybody's good to go for the next one.
Thank you, John.
My pleasure. Tell me your name again.
Thanos.
Thanos. All right.
Bad guy in Avengers.
There we go.
Yeah. Thanos. Krishna. I'm a beautiful person. So you're gonna kick us off, right? Okay.
Yeah, sure. I'm here. We'll just wait for some more people to come.
Right. And you're on the bathroom real quick. I think everything is set up. The only advice that I was told is speak to the mic. If you want to move around, pull it out. We are live
Okay.
on the Zoom and I guess YouTube,
Okay.
and everything just runs from there. It's preloaded.
Okay.
We scroll through it.
I just as well use this one. I think it's. Okay. Seems good. Oh, so there's one way to do it. Do you have any?
Also, they sent this.
Mhm.
We've been here.
Right.
We have the swing on. Presentation.
I think the online student. I think they're doing that. They're good, but I don't know if you know your stuff.
Martin?
Mine. It's not Marvin?
Yeah. Yeah. But with the phone box, it's not.
Yeah. You're the parent one, right?
Yeah. He was over in the.
I guess we can call.
You wanna wait for a minute or two?
I'll wait for a minute. I've seen a lot of people like trying to find the room out front.
Yeah.
So we'll wait for a second.
Sure.
Just put us all the way in the corner, I guess, with the train passing by at some point. That's gonna be fun. But don't worry, I'm the second speaker, so I'll try to make things and come back. I'll talk fast.
Basically, cook with this question and people.
Something like that, but I'm gonna try to give you exactly 17 minutes and 3 minutes for discussion. And if there are no questions, we'll move forward a little bit faster. But I will be strict, so when you see the one, you finish in one. Otherwise, there's fist fighting. Okay, all right. We should be all right. And I don't know how we can check it. But I think this is on Zoom. We'll see.
We're good to go.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, there's plenty of people walking around the way that I see it from here, so it's a little bit tricky to find this room. Hello. All right, just Krishna, just one more minute, okay? Then if you're okay with people trickling in, we should be fine. Morning, welcome. How do I pronounce your last name?
Jagadish? Yeah. We might also change.
Appreciate it.
No, I don't know.
All right, so I think we should start, and then as people are coming in, we're gonna have a little bit of a disruption, but I do want us to finish on time because I know people are floating about. Welcome everybody to our conference and to this session. This session is for management and yield, right? And our first speaker will be Krishna Jagadish. Krishna, come on over. I will be moderating it. My name is Thanos Gentimis. If you're one of the speakers and you see that orange 1 minute, that's exactly how much you have, all right? So try to wrap it up. Remember, we have to finish everything within 20 minutes because people will be floating about. This is live casted. If you have any questions, I would appreciate it if the speaker repeats the questions so that people from home, and I will remind you of that. Okay. So Krishna, thank you.
All right. Good morning, everyone. Thanks for the introduction, and also thanks for the opportunity to present. What I'm going to do today is probably give you a couple of examples of where my team has been working primarily on imaging and cyber-physical systems, trying to look at more complex physiological traits and how you can actually use them for crop improvement, right? So when you actually look at crop improvement, there are three things that actually come to your mind. It's the phenotype, genotype, and the environment. Of course, there is management, which comes a little bit beyond, but then you look at this combination of the interactions that happens across this space, right? So what I'll do today is I'll touch on two topics. The third one is going to be spoken to by Juliana here later in the session. The first one is stomatal density and area. If you look at it, it's an extremely important physiological trait that is there across all crops and plants, but then we have not been able to do a whole lot of it in terms of crop improvement just because it's really hard for it to phenotype, right? And the second one that I'll take you through is how to have you use cyber physical systems integrated with field crops in a way that we can actually improve your crops. And I'll use winter wheat as an example in this case, right? So if you look at stomata, what you see here is an extremely important trait, as I told you. Most of the plant photosynthesis or your transpiration, if you want to call it, as happens through this process, right? So without this process, there is no photosynthesis, and that's why basically life actually depends on stomata, right? And then in the case of transpiration is an extremely important process again, because that actually maintains the dynamics between a plant and the atmosphere, and also maintains the tissue temperature, and also maintains all the metabolic activities in a plant. But again, if you look at it, stomata is microscopic, and we have not been able to utilize this trait into breeding programs. And so the whole idea was to try and see if we can actually utilize the genetic diversity that is there in grain sorghum. And as you can see here, basically it comes from 28 different countries, a combination of 5 different races, right? So that actually brings together a lot of diversity for you. And so we try to utilize this diversity in a way that you capture the stomatal dynamics with this panel, but then also start to look towards improvement of grain sorghum for increasing water use efficiency or for increasing carbon gain, which I'm going to touch upon as I go forward. So this trial was done in 2 different locations. This was while I was in K-State. So 2 different locations, one in Manhattan and the other one in Hayes, as you can see. Manhattan, a slightly higher rainfall area, and Hayes is a slightly drier region. We had 311 accessions, as you can see. So a lot of these traits, 2 environments, and we took stomatal imprints on both the surfaces, which is the bottom as well as the top portion of the leaf. And the bottom is known as the abaxial, and the top is known as the adaxial. So if you actually multiply all of these slides, if you look at it, we are looking at about 12,000 images what were captured. So there's quite a lot of that. And what was even more difficult, if you see on your probably on this side of the slide, is where a student actually counted all of these stomata on 12,000 images, which actually took about 7 to 8 months for us. But what was impressive is on the top that you see here, that is the abaxial ones, and this is the adaxial, which is the top portion of the leaf and the bottom portion of the leaf. And if you see the ground truth as well as the predictions, they're pretty almost perfect. And it's just not one of the varieties, but if you look at all the 12,000 images over here, whether you're looking at the environment 1 or environment 2, whether you're looking at the adaxial or the abaxial, you will see that the relationship is 0.95 or 0.96, almost perfect in a way what you would actually expect. So I think what we were doing, we used a mask RCNN model for this. And so basically the model was doing what it actually we meant it to do. And here are some numbers where basically using this tool, we were able to achieve this whole exercise in about just 7 days compared to 150 days, right? And not only that, we also got the stomatal complex area. As you can see, stomatal complex areas that you see in this circle or the color is extremely hard for a manual detection. But using the deep learning model, we were able to get both the stomatal density as well as the stomatal complex area. And because of this process here, I told you it's very hard to get the stomatal complex area. So we were able to get only the complex area in about 50 images and not a whole lot of them. Still a small training set, if you want to call it. But then we then use that on all the 12,000 images. If you look at the bottom over here, where you have the manual and the predicted, pretty much you get R squared of 0.91 or 0.90, even for the stomatal complex area. And what was more interesting was we were called a normal distribution of this trait, both in case of stomatal density as well as stomatal complex area in both the environments, as you can see. So having this data set, which is so normally distributed, allowed us to actually go to the GWAS process, which is the genetic mapping. So this was exciting because it was probably the first time that we were trying to take on such a complex physiological trait. And if you look at it, the GWAS actually predicted some of really cool genomic regions actually controlling both the stomatal density as well as the stomatal complex area. There was one region on chromosome 6, which is highlighted over here, which was very consistent across the environments. And this was determining the stomatal density in sorghum. Yeah. And then if you look at it and zoom it out, there are basically 5 different SNPs in that region. And this is the LD block that you see over here. So basically looking at these SNPs that you see on these red dots, those are the 4 different combinations of those SNPs that you can actually see. So a combination of these are called as haplotypes. And the way you do it is you look at these haplotypes in the entire population to see how frequently they are expressed in your genetic material. And if you look at this orange bar over here, that with GGTGG, which is a haplotype, basically introduces high amount of stomatal densities. So going through this process, what you can actually see is you can have lines which have low stomatal density and high stomatal density. Basically, then you can start to have your breeding approaches based on these results. But you might actually ask, well, you just looked at stomatal density. What about stomatal regulation, right? Because it actually is important how they actually function, right? So using these haplotypes that you see here, which is a haplotype 1 and 2, this one is a high stomatal density and that's a low stomatal density one. We regrew these in the field conditions, and then we actually took the IRGA and took the stomatal conductance, photosynthesis, and intrinsic water use efficiency. The low stomatal density one, you can see that they have low stomatal conductance as well as relatively lower photosynthesis, but they have high water use efficiency. But on the other hand, where you have high stomatal density, what you would expect, you had more stomatal conductance, more photosynthesis, but less water use efficiency. So these lines are very important because then you can use these lines for your breeding purpose, because a low stomatal density one with high water use efficiency can be used for drier regions, but those with higher stomatal density, even with the loss of slight amount of water, can give you high productivity. So you actually can tailor your breeding products to the regions of your target population of environments. And well, this was only on one sort of an experiment, but then we have extended it with support from the sorghum checkoff. We do have USDA ARS folks, Texas A&M and K-State is a part of this larger exercise. So we have run the same, we have picked about 36 diverse lines and run this in 22 and 23 summer. As you can see, cutting the long story short is we have a lot of images, but what you see here is the same tool that was developed, but then using images which are collected by different groups in different methods and different microscopes were all bunched together. And without any changes to the model into these, we were able to see the R-square values of close to 0.9. So that actually shows the scalability of this model across different teams and locations. And we are improving this as we go forward, but I think we already have crosses with these genetic populations that we are trying to go towards mapping and for developing new sorghum hybrids for different regions. This tool is actually accessible online. You can actually run your own stomatal samples if it's on sorghum, but you'll probably have to modify it for different crops. But then this is available both on phone as well as your system. And the second topic that I want to touch base on is high nighttime temperatures. I know many of us think about climate change and temperatures, and it's generally, we talk about high daytime temperature because we're all sleeping during the nighttime and we don't realize how hard it is getting out there for the plants, right? So the general trend is in the nighttime, what happens, the planetary boundary layer, which is very close to the planet, actually shrinks and is much more smaller compared to what it happens during the daytime, which is much, much bigger, runs into a few kilometers. The small planetary boundary layer, even with a small change in the temperature, can have a huge impact on the plants. And that's why when you see small changes in the nighttime temperature, you start to see a lot more impact on the plants. And this we have studied over the past 15 years. And if you have more interest on this, just reach out to me. I'll give you one example where we have worked on wheat. And when I joined K-State, we didn't really have a threshold for high nighttime temperature in wheat. So if you look at it, this was all done on growth chamber conditions, 6 different temperatures changing by 3 degrees centigrade during the night. Well, the major component that was actually decreasing the yield was a grain width. So you do look at SY Monument, which is a variety from Syngenta, I guess. It doesn't really actually lose the grain width, even at 27 degrees centigrade in the night. But then if you have a sensitive one, you start to see the grain width going down. So I think the biggest thing with high nighttime temperature is increased respiration and carbon loss, which actually leads to grain width, okay, or loss in the grain width that you can see here. These were all done in the growth chamber studies, and to be more relevant to what we are assembled over here, we started to look at this in the field conditions. So we redesigned some of the field heat tents in a way that we can impose high nighttime temperatures. And so we use the generator and the diesel tank and a cyber physical system working with the computer science folks. So we could take temperatures from outside and then modulate your temperature inside during in the inside in a way that it actually follows exactly what's happening to the outside that you can see here. So we use 12 different lines, which are very popular wheat cultivars grown in the US, in Colorado, probably in Oklahoma and Kansas, in a way that we establish a reference of what is impact of high nighttime temperature is doing in case of wheat. And if you look at it, the interior one, basically, the exterior one, the blue one that's outside, and the red one is basically interior one, which basically means that we are able to maintain 3.8 degrees centigrade very consistently across the entire grain filling period. And during this, we were able to see that among these 12 lines, which are currently grown by the producers, you actually see that some of them are tolerant, but then on an average, you see that you're reducing by 5.6% of yield just by 1 degree centigrade increase in nighttime temperature, which basically sets the reference to where we were headed. After knowing this, how do you actually solve this problem, right? So we built probably one of the first large-scale high nighttime temperature tents, as you can see over here. These three tents, which have propane tanks, were the ones with their heated tents, and the other ones are the control ones. And if you see consistently, this is a scale at which you can see the tents, and all the three tents were fantastically doing what they were doing in terms of maintaining 3.8 to 4 degrees centigrade throughout the grain filling period. And if you look at it, this is a schematic which was there. So this is a control tents, and that's the heat tents. And so because the tents are so big, we had 6 different sensors spread all across over here. These are a Raspberry Pi systems which all spoke wirelessly with each other. Similarly, we had 6 different sensors over here in the heat tents. So the Raspberry Pi from the control system would automatically deliver the temperature in the control tents, and then it would actually trigger the heating system in such a way that you have convection tubing for releasing that nighttime temperature. Very, very effective system where we were able to test nearly 320 different winter wheat cultivars over 2 different seasons. And so we went through the same process of identifying probably the very first time on a field level on high nighttime temperature impacting genomic regions in winter wheat. And quickly, the 3 different traits that you see, plant biomass, spike weight, and grain filling duration. Similar to what we saw in sorghum, we saw some very interesting haplotypes that you see over here, which can contribute. It's probably not out yet. This is very fresh off the press in a way. We are not even published, but it still says that we are able to go towards product improvement in terms of integrating these facilities. We've used the same thing on corn as well right now. So basically, these facilities can be used. I'm running out of time here, but then catch me later on. So we are building the similar tents here in Texas Tech right now to work on cotton fiber as well as quality and yield. So this is something that's going on right now. I know I ran, but that's how much time I have. But at least you guys get a feel of what we are doing. And these are some of the key take-home points, where crop breeders have already utilized all the traits that they can actually do, which are easy to do, right? So basically, our thing is to try and see if we can actually use this AI and ML and work on these complex physiological traits and come up with some easy, usable, cheap tools for breeders. If you don't achieve that, basically, there's going to be an academic exercise. You're not going to go towards product development. So I'll stop there, and that's basically my team at Texas Tech, and I thank NSF and the other funding people. All right. Sorry, that's how much I had time for.
One question. So did you find any particular significant yield difference in the line with having high tomato conductance or the low? Can you repeat the question?
So the question was, did we see any yield differences in the high stomatal one than the low stomatal one? Because the breeding target in the low stomatal one was meant to be for drier and more stressful environments, you generally get lower yields compared to the other ones with a higher stomata. Because then with a higher stomata, you have more carbon gain, and so you start to see higher yields. So these are products developed for different target population of environments. So generally you will see those differences, but then how efficiently can you actually develop your varieties that even with lower resources, can you actually be on the higher end of the genetic potential, if that makes sense. Yep. Right. Thanks, guys.
Okay. So let me also introduce the second speaker, which is me. My name is Thanos Gentimis. We're gonna switch gears a little bit, and I want to talk to you about an interesting result that we saw. And this is about improving yield prediction accuracy using machine learning and boundary effects. And this is boundary effects, real boundary effects on the field. Okay. So most of us have seen this type of picture where you're taking your measurements from the field. This is from an area in Louisiana. The collaborator there has grown crop, soybeans, sugarcane, and not sugarcane, I'm sorry, crop, soybeans, and then wheat, and one more that I forget right now, corn again. So in all of these images, I was asked to do the analysis. And what was the first step? Remove the boundary, right? There are always these points close to roads where something is off. It is either the combine didn't use the spool width, all right? So then the measurement that you're getting for yield is different, or you have disease pressure from the outside, and the yield there again is lower than what you expect. So what do we typically do in a situation like this? We create buffer zones, all right? Or we artificially create buffer zones. We stop utilizing the area that is very, very close to this boundary, correct? That's typical. So this is not just for yield maps, it's for all sorts of maps, right? You're trying to create some sort of nitrogen application map. You don't really care about what happens on the boundaries. You're trying to create some sort of variable seed rating map. You don't really care what's happening on the sides, right? So you're losing most of the times a big chunk of that information, and every time you're trying to do any sort of yield prediction or any sort of like agronomic prediction, you have to have some sort of heuristic solution, okay? Either decide to remove, let's say, the first 3 rows or the lowest 10% of your data, something like that, okay? What is lacking is a systematic approach in all of these applications. And we see that being even more pronounced when we're trying to utilize those AI techniques that we use today, okay? I have a confession to make. I don't understand most of the things here. I'm not an agronomist. I don't know how this works, but I am a data analyst. So to me, this seemed like not a problem of the field, but a problem of the data. So I want to talk to you a little bit about that. I think this will convince you. This is a typical yield distribution from such an operation. And as you can see, here is your field, and here is the boundary, correct? We've all seen this. If you don't do any cleanup, this is a distribution, and in my case, almost 20% of it is outliers. Right? These are the zeros of the boundary, and of course, there are some problematic areas inside the field, but most of it comes from these boundary conditions. A statistician looks into this and says, well, that if you're trying to find the mean overall, it's much, much lower because of these problematic points, okay? So even when you're reporting your data, you're a little bit off because that's your real distribution and that's error somehow. And so as a statistician, again, I'm seeing here 2 distributions. The one that is your typical distribution around the proper parts of the field, and then this one, which is some sort of zero inflated distribution type of thing behavior, okay? Again, don't worry about the statistical jargon. Think of it as this is the real signal and this is the problem. But what I'm trying to say is that this is not exactly a problem. Like statisticians have built up methodology to actually account for these issues. And what I'm trying to say is that there is still value in recognizing and analyzing this part, okay? Because although you may have some errors, those are controllable errors. And that's what I'm going to talk about in a second. So during my studies, I have thought of 2 techniques that could be addressing that problem. The first one is boundary identification. This is a very easy trick. assume that you have a situation like before. You have your complete data set, it has geolocation. What you need to do is you need to introduce a dummy variable, a very simple one, binary, that characterizes the data point as a boundary or not. Okay. Literally, you can create some sort of very simple Python code or a GIS code that says, if you're that far away from the geolocated boundary, then this becomes a boundary point. So basically, artificially characterize a point as a boundary point. And of course, the rest of the points are going to be non-boundary points. And the other methodology is similar to what we typically do, but with a twist. Typically, you'll say, I will remove the lower 20% of my data, right? Or just some sort of heuristic. Instead of doing that, do it incrementally. Meaning, let's remove first, 5%. Run our models, run our codes, find whatever. Then move it up, remove 10%. Then move it up 15, and then go to 20. And the last thing, of course, is combine these two. So declare boundary points and remove incrementally. Okay. And I have 2 case studies for this. None of them are published, and I'll show you why in a second. In the first case study, this was a soybean data set. It is the field that I showed you earlier on. That was in 2016. And it had more than 40 input variables, including remote sensing data. I think it was from a drone that they flew, and they also had some sort of soil data, not throughout the field, but in general locations, and there was some expansion. And of course, they had nitrogen stripes and 2 or 3 practices. I think there was some sort of flooding happening in one side. Anyway, so we had 40 input variables, and the goal there, of course, was to predict yield. And what I'm going to show you now is how it would look like when we were applying machine learning tools, specifically random forests. In the situation with the soybeans, there were moderate boundary conditions. So it was just one line, let's say, at the end that was really bad. And after that, it was okay. I applied multiple things in the optimal random forest at 600 trees, 24 maximum depth, and all the input variables. And we did a hyperparameter optimization for the full field, including the errors and the field that didn't have the errors in the boundary. And 100 repetitions, and you will see the averages in just a second. So here's how it looked like. As I mentioned, we have 2 techniques. One, we had that extra variable that identifies the boundary, and in the other one, we don't. The red one doesn't have the boundary. The, I guess, blue one, whatever that is, does. And so over here, you'll see the root mean square error in the test set on average after the 100 repetitions. And so if you keep all of your data sets and you don't put the boundary, you have an error rate of 0.67, which, I mean, is relatively low if you remember that the average for this was something like 7.5. But what I want your attention, even by reducing 5%, like removing 5%, you see a clear difference just by naming the boundary versus not naming the boundary. So the methodology that you somehow tell the model that this is a boundary reduces the root mean square error, even though we have a lot of data points that are in a sense bad. And I mean, yes, this was not really statistically significant, but you will see a clear trend. And of course, the more data points you remove, the better your accuracy becomes. Okay? So in both cases, the methodology of removing bad points works. But what I want to say is that if you are okay with this kind of mean square error and you want to use the data for something else, you may want to keep more and more. And a fast way to find better mean square errors is to just declare the boundary. Okay. All right. Now, the second case study is in the same data set. It's in the same field, I'm sorry, but this time it was a corn field. And again, the 40 input variables, I actually had more, but I wanted them to be conforming. So I used the exact same 40 input variables. And again, the concept there was trying to predict yield. In this case, we had moderate boundary conditions. So the previous one had very, very light. It was only one line, but here there were more and more and more. So you're expecting not just 10% of the data, but something like 25% of your data was inside that boundary. So not good data. Again, we used the random forest that was optimized both for the full data set and for the clean data set. with 900 trees this time, 44 max depth and all input variables. And the hyperparameter optimization here, I do want to make this clear. In the previous one, the hyperparameter optimization was yielding the same outputs for the full field and for the clean version of it. Here we had differences. So that's my first take. When the boundary conditions are more severe, this might be falling apart. Okay, you might not have the same outputs. So we had different outputs here for the full data set and the reduced one. And again, 100 repetitions. What I'm going to show you again are the averages. So as you can see here, the root mean square error with boundary or without boundary, if you use the whole field, was practically the same. Okay, so introducing the variable now when the conditions, there are moderate conditions in the boundary, doesn't do a lot. But if you start removing data points, you see a clear difference in the trend. Again, this is not statistically significant, but there is a trend. Just by removing 5% of the data points, having boundary identification starts to be different from not having. And that trend continues on. If you are, again, okay with this type of mean square error, you can still keep 10% of your data in the system, right? And still have like a very good reduction in the mean square error, very good results. Okay. Now, another thing that I wanted to mention in this process is you don't have to arbitrarily remove 20%. You could do this whole process with 0, 5, 10, and 15, 20, and then let the referee decide which one is the best, or this now becomes your analysis. So instead of your analysis saying, I'm working in the clean data set with this arbitrary choice in the beginning, you can present, I'm working on this data set, and these are the results that I get by removing a certain data set out of it. Okay, so this becomes like a different technique. Okay. Now, some observations that we have, the root mean square decreases in both cases, obviously, right? Especially as you're increasing the number of data points that you remove. Including a dummy variable improves the RMSE, but maybe not statistically significantly, but it does. And there might be critical removal regions. So for example, I don't know if you noticed in the curve here, after 10% of the data being removed, the drop is much faster. Okay, and maybe like 10% is how much you will need to remove. There is some sort of information theoretic scenario where you could say this is the first elbow, and I choose 10% to remove. So if you're trying to justify your heuristic choice of 10%, that could be it. Another thing is in the variance of the root mean square, I also noticed that it decreases in both cases, and high variance may be affected by the outliers, obviously, right? So there is a little bit of reasoning. If you include that boundary variable, what we believe is happening is that the model learns differently. So it learns what the behavior is if that's on the boundary, and it learns what the behavior is if something is not on the boundary. So that's the reason why the root mean square is lower. It literally learns the two pieces of the field differently. And unfortunately, the boundary variable was not in the top 5 if you were to do some sort of, characterization of the input variables, which one are more important. So I don't have a strong feeling why this is, and I will need more analysis on it. If you remove the boundary points, of course, the output variable becomes unimodal. So you're losing that first distribution that breaks things up, and you just end up with a normal distribution around the true mean yield. And the mean of the output variable gets closer to the actual mean. So statistically, basically, your model approaches more the reality. Finally, the variable of the output, the variance of the output variable always decreases. Okay, so that's always a good thing when you try to do predictions. Some future work. I want to expand this results into multiple cases, crops, and locations, because this is just one data set that I'm working with. And I want to attempt an information theoretic exploration of it. I want to increase the granularity of removal. I was removing everything by 5%. I want to make it like 2% or even 1% and see if the trends continue. And finally, I want to change the dummy variable from 0, 1 into some sort of distance from the boundary. And instead of just doing like, oh, this is a boundary thing, this is not a boundary thing, I can say like, this is away from that, or is it close to that? Finally, I want to include data sets from other states. So if you want to collaborate on this and you already have a data set, which is information rich, reach out to me. We can get a very easy, probably sort of mathy paper, but still good enough. And I want to actually explore this trend because I believe there is value in the data set that we throw out of the boundary. Okay. And finally, I have already started working on a Python code that will do this immediately. And I will make sure to put that on my GitHub so you can just use it. Okay. That's it. Thank you. And if you got any questions, how much time do we have? Do you know? 1 minute? Okay, so one question. For the corn data set, it was basically all the typical ones: depth, trees, number of input variables, and I think just these three actually. Yeah, so I only chose the highest, the lowest mean square error based on the hyperparameters. I didn't do any sort of analysis like how do the hyperparameters affect it, but I only run the most optimal random forest. There was another question.
That area of exclusion inside your boundary effect, if you run a separate analysis on just that and see how much the distribution is different.
So the question was if I looked into the boundary area and looked into the distribution for that. What do you mean distribution? The yield distribution?
Yeah, yield distribution. If that was significantly different.
Yes, yes.
And it's the nature of it.
Yes, so indeed, that's what we're discussing here. Most of those error terms that you saw on the close to zero in the yield came from the boundary. So the boundary is basically producing that little extra mode close to zero. Yeah, and indeed, I have a lot of like statistics on it if you want to see them for sure. Yeah. Yes.
The figure we saw that the RMSE was going down.
Yes.
Continuously. What do you expect? More removal?
No, yeah. So there's nothing else that you can gain because when I remove 20% of the data, that's literally you removed all the boundary and even more. So what you end up with is basically the middle of the field, and it's just very, very clean. And I think this is the root mean square error, and it stabilizes. I don't think there's any more gain here. All right, 217. So it's now okay. One more question. Go ahead. Okay, so the question was, would it be better to add multiple boundaries based on, road distances or whatever? See, I would love to have some agronomic background to know that that's important, but probably, I mean, I don't know. I literally looked at the data side of it. I don't even know what's on the sides. Some of them are boundaries. Some of them are like just ditches. I don't know. I'm just looking at them as this data point is different than the rest, and it also sits in the boundary. So I just remove it like that. You could argue that you could have different versions of it. And maybe when I'm creating that distance from the boundary, I could start including distance from various sources. I don't know. Maybe it's interesting. What I'm trying to tell everybody is that there is value in this data. And a machine learning technique gets really tripped up if you leave them in there. So when you do the heuristic of removing them, yes, you're improving the mean square error, but you're also discarding a lot of information. Okay. And I think with that, I should stop and let the next speaker set up because our next speaker is going to be a virtual one. So I don't know how that is going to work. Maybe we'll need our tech expert. So let me set that one up. And yeah, I'll figure it out. I think we need to just come out here. You got it? Nope. Okay. Help me out.
To allow our next person.
Okay. I think yours is. Okay. Okay, we're doing okay one time, right?
Could be somebody coming.
I hope so.
Hopefully, Anna sent them the right.
And again, if you have any extra questions, we can always talk about them.
Did Anna
offline.
give you her number?
Yes.
All right, so go ahead and call. Okay.
Have it. But I don't. Come on. Do we see anybody else up there or no? Nobody in? Okay, let me call Anna.
Hi, Suraj. Can you unmute your mic so we can talk? Hey.
Hello.
I'm gonna make you full screen if you have your presentation. If you just share your presentation, that way it'll show up on our monitor in here and on the YouTube stream.
Okay, 1 second, just
Hi, Suraj. Can
Yeah.
you unmute your mic so we can talk? Hey.
hello.
I'm gonna make you full screen if you have your presentation. If you just share your presentation, that way it'll show up on our monitor in here and on the YouTube stream.
Okay, 1 second, just
Hi, Suraj. Can you unmute your mic so we can talk? Hey.
hello. You hear me?
I'm gonna make you full screen if you have your presentation. If you just share your presentation, that way it'll show up on our monitor in here and on the YouTube stream.
Okay, 1 second, just So guys, let me say, I'm gonna make you full screen if you have your presentation. If you just share your presentation, that way it will show up on our monitor here and on the screen. Okay, one second, just, so guys, let me say,
All right, so that's coming through on his.
Oh, he might have the YouTube open.
Okay.
There you go. There you go.
Siraj, if you have the YouTube open, I'm gonna need you to turn that off.
hello, you hear me? Hello.
So that's coming through on his.
Oh, he might have the YouTube open.
Okay.
There you go. There you go.
Siraj, if you have the YouTube open, I'm gonna need you to turn that off.
Hello. I don't have YouTube open.
And while you're doing that, let me just maximize this. And you can do messages. I'll just have to unmute him to get him. He's already unmuted.
Hello.
Yeah, because if it might be that, or he might just need to mute his speakers on his computer while he's presenting. You can do messages. I'll just have to unmute him to get him. He's already unmuted.
Hello.
Shiraz, can you hear us?
You hear me?
It might be that, or he might just need to mute. It's just coming.
Shiraz, please check the chat. We would like you to close your YouTube stream and also turn down your speakers on your PC because there is some sort of feedback loop. Give me a thumbs up if you got this. I have you muted until this works.
And we're gonna turn off the mic in the room while he's talking to cut back on that.
Also turn down your speakers on your PC because there is some sort of feedback loop. Give me a thumbs up if you got this.
I don't know what's going on. Oh man.
I have you muted until this works.
Hello. 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 Okay. Hello. Okay. Thank you very much for having me today. My name is Suraj Muhammad. I'm a PhD student at Department of Mathematics. Hello. Southern Illinois University. You hear me well? Okay. 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 Thank you very much for having me today. So my topic, I'm going to talk about machine learning based prediction of wheat yield using farmer survey data.
now.
Shiraz, I'm really sorry. I have to cut you in. This is not working at all. There's feedback loop coming from you, and it's impossible for us to hear you. I have a feeling that you have a browser open with a YouTube, and that really is, killing the whole thing. Can you turn that off and try again? Otherwise, I'll have to move to the next speaker. We can't hear you. We had to mute you because the feedback loop here is completely crazy. Make sure that you turned off your YouTube stream in the background and just keep the Zoom link and nothing else up there. Once that is done, you can try again. But unfortunately, I'll have to cut down your presentation to maybe like 5 minutes, 10 minutes. Okay. Can you try now and talk to us? We'll see. Can you unmute, please, and talk to us?
You hear me? Now it's okay? Okay, thank you very much. So I'm gonna start from the beginning or just? Okay, thank you very much for having me in this conference. My name is Suraj Mohammed. I'm a PhD student at Department of Mathematics, South Illinois University. My topic's about Bayesian machine learning based prediction of wheat yield using farmer survey data. Outline of my presentation a little bit. I'm going through the introduction, justification of a study, and description of data set, methodology, and a little bit about machine learning logarithm. And also we came to the results and discussion and comparison of the model conclusion. Introduction. So wheat is the most widely cultivated crop in the world with more than 2 million hectares planted annually from 2012 to 2022. And also there is an increase over 30 million tons compared to the previous marketing years. And this making will be anticipated to be 40% by 2030. The very important thing about the wheat yield prediction, we're going to focus about the important things about improving planting and increase profitability or risk mitigation, these three important things. So when it came to the improving planning, it means we need to focus about the accurate yield prediction, which is help farmers make an informed decision about resource allocation, planting schedule, and marketing strategies. This design factor, just I'm gonna go a little bit faster. Justification of a study. So this study is lining a potential to transform agriculture's practice in improving food security. And so one of the key benefits of this study is the ability to provide farmers and their policy markers with significant finding into crop yield prediction, which can help make an informed decision regarding crop management practice. Overall, the study shows that machine learning can be accurately predicting wheat yield, which can help farmers improve their agricultural productivity and sustainability. The objective of the study, in this study, just I'm focused about applying and compare 3 different machine learning models, linear regression and support factor machine random forest on wheat data set to develop predictive model for yield prediction. This is the main goal of the study. And also using the machine learning, using regression, one of the objectives to identify the optimal subset of the regression model for predicting total wheat yield accurately. So in this paper on this research, I use R program for machine learning. Here a little bit description of the data. So I have around 19 variables. So the variables colored by blue is not included in the model, just we use it as a descriptive statistic. So we have residency, education, age, year, householders, price, market, consumption, total area, and crop area. We have also minimum and average and maximum temperature. These are agronomy data we use, and rainfall, we'll see it. So the data obtaining from Atra Pershat State in North India in July 2021. Certified samples came from 9 cities in 6 states and 23 farmers in a village. Data collected from householder survey using structure from International Center of Agriculture Research and collaborated with other Indian institutions. A little bit just I bring here definition of the machine learning. So I think most of people are familiar with this definition. Due to the time factor, I'm assuming we have to go just for results. Also, I can say here the matrix I use for evaluation the machine learning. So the most one is mean square error and mean absolutely error. We have also mean absolutely percentage error. The results of the linear regression model for the training and validation data. So also for partition of data, the training data is about 6% and validation about 4%. So in these results, as you see in the table, amongst 14 variables, we receiving 5 variables are significant, which is householders and market and consumption, and also total area and crop area. But in this study, we are focusing on the crop area to be highly significant. That's good. And also for validation data, we receiving 5 variables are significant, which is including minimum and maximum and average temperatures. And here, this table is about exclusive research of subset regressor. So in this table, I have around 14 subset. So the most significant ones are subset 7 and 8 and 9, which is given high, I guess, its values compared to the other subset. So in my conclusion, just I use subset with a 9 regressor as a best model. Here also I do the backward elimination selection, which is give me 6 variables are significant among the 14 variables, which is include the temperatures and average total area and crop area. The same thing for validation data. So it's look are similar. Here, table 5 is a multiple regression analysis with a best subset with a 9 predictor within both training and validation. So as you see in this table for the training data, we receiving 7 variables are significant, which is including householder markets, consumption, and annual rainfall is not significant. In maximum temperatures, average in total area in the crop area is significant. When it came to the validation data, we see that the crop area is not significant, but if we consider that to be in alpha being alpha being 10%, so we can say crop area also is significant. Here, the graph just line chart for selecting the top regressor using subsets. So as you see, I use 4 matrix. It's BIC Bayesian information criteria, and also with CP. So for Bayesian information criteria is given 5 regressor at the top.
Shiraz, can you
Yes.
hear me? I'm so
Yes.
sorry. Unfortunately, this didn't work with the technical problems, but I have to keep it 20 minutes, everybody. I really apologize. We're crossing the threshold for the next person. Also, your screen is not sharing. This is not being very successful. My sincerest apologies, but I'll have to move to the next speaker. So thank you again. Let's thank Shiraz for the attempt at least, and I'll have to move to the next person, all right? I'm really, really sorry. Thank you. We move back to the. Okay, so our next speaker, I think, let's see, I think we're on time, yes? We're doing okay. So the next speaker is Juliana Espindola. Did I butcher that? Okay, apologies. Let's get that coordinated. And again, please speak to the mic and you can use this, move back and forth. And when you see this one, start finishing up. As I said, I'm going to be very, very strict. And again, apologies for our online mishap. Yeah. Really appreciate it. Whoever's next. Whoever's next up. Juliana.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for being here today. Today I'm want to talk to you about this project that we're working at Texas Tech called Soybean Flower Abortion Phenotyping via image analysis and machine learning. So everybody knows that soybean plants face flower abortion during the cycle, and this abortion can vary from 20 to 80% depending where are you producing this crop. This abortion can happen mostly in the initial embryonic phase. And knowing this issue, we came up with this idea of how can we count flowers in soybean so we can have this number of flower abortion. But as you know, flower abortion to count manually is something very tiring. And we thought, let's use imaging and machine learning to do this job for us. Also, we wanted to make it scalable where you can use in any area, big areas, small areas, and also we wanted to be applicable across any diverse panel. How did we start? We started in a greenhouse. So we produced a few soybean plants in pots and we took images of these soybean plants. We tested 4 models and these models were doing the node detection and flower detection. But however, it was kind of, let's make it better for better accuracy and computation efficiency and just do the flower detection. All our models had around 85% of accuracy. So for preferences, we just decided to go for fast RCNN. After we decided, okay, we're gonna use this model. So let's think about the field. What we're gonna do in the field? We needed a camera. So we tested 3 cameras with different qualities. And all these cameras work very fine for flower detection. So we thought, okay, but we need a camera that we can use in the field. So the best camera for that, it was GoPro, because it's a camera designed for outdoors, right? And also we acquired a remote control where we can use more than one camera and start the video at once. So after that, we decided the camera. So we needed to do some adjustments about speed, height, and camera parameters. And also when we use multiple cameras, we decided, okay, let's do an overlap in the imaging. So after we can stitch the images, right? Sorry about the train, guys. So we got 228 varieties of soybeans, and we had 3 locations working with us, and all of them plant these soybeans. The University of Tennessee, the University of Missouri, and Kent State University. All of the locations test a different platform, so we can find which was the best one for doing the image. Texas Tech, we tested a tractor, as you can see here in the imaging. Kansas State tested a sprayer. The University of Tennessee, they tested a toy car. And Missouri, they tested a bicycle. So from all these platforms, we decided to choose the toy car for this year. Why? Because it has the best mobility. It's easy to mount and adjust the cameras. Also cause the minimal impact on the plants and soil and the soil. Because imagine if I'm using a tractor and I need to do image multiple times, that tractor, the tires will start damaging the plants, and also I can perform some kind of compactation of the soil. So using this platform is the best one for us. So it's small and also offer us good quality image as well. So after we decided all this part for the field, we took the images, which was like videos. We didn't took like pictures. It was just the camera imaging, the whole plot. And after that, we needed to get the images back and do annotations for the plants. And this is an example of how I did the annotations. So tracking all the plants, all the flowers. And here it's our predictions. So in blue, you will see the ground truth, and in red, you see the predictions. And even when you see blurred flowers, the model was able to count these flowers. Here's another example. And what is interesting is maybe it's also like when I cannot count, the model was able to count as well flowers, because, you know, human eyes is not always very accurate, but the model was able to even count flowers that we cannot see it, because there's so much. After we did the annotation, and this is just us like detecting flowers, and we use this model. Here's a video of us detecting the flower. Let's see. You see that the model is detecting all the flowers, and this part is just detecting. But what we want is to count these flowers, right? We don't want to just go there and detect them. So here's a third part where I'm detecting and tracking the flowers. This is another part of annotations where I need to get the frames and track these flowers and put numbers on them. It's a very tiny job, but we did it. And here's an example of 2 videos. The first video, I want you to see the occlusions, that the model was even able to keep tracking that flower, even if I have a leaf crossing. So you see flower number 1, you will see occlusion, and then it shows up again, and keep counting that flower as number 1. And you will see that it happens with most of the flowers. So this is a good sign for us that the model is working as it should, as tracking all the flowers. This second video is just an example of when I have a complex flowering, where you have many, many flowers showing up, disappearing, showing up and disappear. And still, I can count them. Okay. So for tracking, we tested 4 methods. So we tested sort, OC sort, and deep sort, and by track. From all these 4 methods, sort was the best one. As you can see here, MODA, which is a multi-object tracking method, accuracy measurement. And you see that the ground truth here, it's very close to the output. And we decided that sort will be our tracking method for this year. And here's just a sequence of efficiency of these methods. Our next step is to do everything we did for flowers to do for pods, because what we want is not just count the flowers. We want to get the actual number, abortion, and we cannot do that if we don't have the pods. So we started doing the annotation for the pods. Oh, sorry. Uh-oh. We start doing the annotations for the pods. And you see, we started with bounding box, but we were having a lot of overlap. And we decided to move to segmentation, where it basically draws around the pods, which makes it even better for us to track these pods. So this is the phase what we are doing. We're gonna use fast RCNN and also sort to do the tracking of these pods. So after you know now that all we did for machine learning and the imaging, here is just what we do with the manual count. So we had a plot, we tagged 3 plants. We had 3 replicates in our field, and our seed population was 8 seeds per foot. We counted the flowers every 3 days until the end of the flowering. And here's the result of our manual count. As you can see, for 2 locations, Texas and Missouri, there is a difference. Here is just a small example of 30 lines. And you can see that we have a very significant difference in flower abortion. And this is what we want our model to detect differences. It doesn't matter where you are, where you're growing. And this is what we're gonna be trying to do this year. So our future challenge is to improve the model for flower and pod detection and tracking. It's basically, now we need to train the model. And also, we're gonna use this system to get the flower abortion itself. Thank you very much. And if you have questions, it's my pleasure.
I saw that the model is so good that it even taking into account flowers in the background from the other room.
Yes.
And that's like something to fix that, because sometimes, I mean, you want to count every row.
Yeah. Yeah, so the question is when the model is counting the flowers from another row. So what we're gonna think about is trying to get some depth, so the model doesn't count the back flowers. This is something that we're gonna use for this year. We're gonna test it this year because we saw that it's counting everything. It's good, but also we need to know if it's in this row or not. So this is what we're gonna do. Try to get some depth of the image. The plots, they're separate by, he wants to know how we separate the plots in the row. So our plots has alleys. So each alley is start with a label. So what we're gonna do this year is use a QR code where we're gonna to the model, when you cross the video, we'll identify the QR code and we will know that this is this plot. And then it will count from that plot. And then when it sees another QR code, it will immediately count for that plot. Yeah, that's what I just said. Yeah, we need to get some depth in the image so the model doesn't count the flowers further away. Yeah, so even the GoPro cameras, they have this adjustment for shaking, so it doesn't shake that much. And also the model didn't have too much problem in counting, even if there is a little bit of shake. So not necessary, because the camera helps a lot, but only if you having your camera going back and forth, this is a problem. But it's just shaking a little bit, it's not. Because it's able to track it. As you can see, even when we have occlusions, the model knows that this is already counted, so don't need to. Any more questions? I think that. For pods, we are still doing the model to count, but the pods needs to be less than flowers if we need to get the abortion. If I have more pods than flowers, then I'm doing wrong. Yeah, so everything will be like an estimation. I cannot like get a right number of flowers and a right. So it will, the model will do some estimation for sure. The question is if we had some different inaccuracy between the flower color and the structure of the plant, if it's indeterminate or determinate. So far we didn't. It doesn't matter if it's tall or short, if it has white or purple. We basically have the same accuracy independent. As long as we can see the flower, it's okay. The thing is like when you have too many leaves, it might be a problem, but what we want to do is trying to get more information, maybe to get more, analyze the canopy of the plant instead of just getting the flower data and relate that. Okay, if I have more leaves, what this means with the flowering.
Right. Yes. So everything is up here.
I haven't uploaded my slides, actually.
You actually uploaded them, right?
No.
You upload them?
No, I
You
haven't.
did? Okay, it's fine. I don't know how to get out of here. Get them in real quick. Is there any USB left? I don't know which one without. So this one is for this, so we temporarily remove it. What do I pronounce it? Z? Is there an N up here or is it just like?
There's N and then Ziwen.
Ziwen.
That's fine. It happens to me all the time. So. Yeah, I don't want to open all some files. So. Should I go to?
Yeah, so here it's not sharing that screen. You have to go back to the Zoom.
Hello.
What are we trying to do?
Yeah, we start.
Okay, so you need that PowerPoint up?
Yep.
All right.
Does it work?
Mostly. Oh, we need that. Okay, so there it is. That means,
And can you mute?
this up.
Can you mute your?
Oh, hold on, let me see if I can. It should be muted. I don't know why. Thumbnail is. See if I can't drag. over here. Oh, there we go. That's what I need over here. Okay. Yep, all right, so we are now shared
Can
to
you
the
can
Zoom.
you mute Shiraj? So I think he's on.
All right. Okay, we should be all set. Just talking to the mic so they can hear you over the Zoom.
All right. So our last speaker of the day is going to be Ziwen Yu. The floor is yours again. Look for the signs. Thank you.
All right. Well, I'll use the keyboard anyway. So, thank you, everyone. My name is Ziwen Yu from University of Florida. I'm a faculty member in the ABE department. So today I'm going to talk about when this topic is we're going to modeling root zone soil moisture in a searchable chart. Okay, so first, the challenge and the current approach. So for soil moisture monitoring, a lot of AI application, digital application has been used. And then, but we still have this problem with farmers is everything is in black box. You don't know what's going on with modeling, you know, what's how the soil moisture is moving. It just you put some information in, the number comes out. So we need some interpretation about this. And two is the cost and scalability. So farmers, especially for small ones, they are not quite convincing about this technology, not for its performance, but for the cost effectiveness in their farm, given they're small. So they are just debating if it's going to pay off the cost for purchasing these kind of tools. And then these tools are, you know, not really tailored for their farm. There might be some like a redundancy platforms or redundancy other functionalities that they have to purchase together. So that's the key question, especially for small farmers that we have approached to. And then another thing is knowledge gap. So just like everyone is driving cars with GPS, right? So if we are turning on GPS, we kind of lost our capability to navigate ourselves. So same thing is going to happen in irrigation. So if farmers are using these digital tools for monitoring soil moisture, they are lacking the knowledge to, like, you know, when we should irrigate our farms or our crops in different sense. It's especially in soil. So soil knowledge is quite critical for farmers. And traditionally, you know, we met these farmers that they grab a little bit soil, they smell it, they feel it, they look at it, then they know, oh, how the soils look like and should I irrigate or not, right? But if we are using these numbers or on the screen, we lost those kind of knowledge, we lost the skills. So that's a de-skilling process that we think should not really impact the whole workforce a lot, especially for the education purpose. So that's the motivation for us. How are we going to develop a tool that is, you know, monitoring soil moisture in the root zone, but also giving a very intuitive way for farmers to get the knowledge and to know the soil in a very intuitive way. And then, so the scope and background for the project. So this presentation is part of the project supported by USDA CIG grant. So the grant is support us to model the root zone soil moisture in a high resolution for temporal and spatial scale. We are focusing on sweet corns in Florida and Georgia. The project, the data for this presentation spans from 2022 to 2023. And we are collecting data from on-farm data, which is irrigate operation on farm. And we also have data from weather stations. There's no irrigation on it. So it's kind of comparison to see how the irrigation operation is impacting soil moisture performance. So that's the scale. So this presentation only including the data in Florida and with one farm and 4 weather stations. And this is the way that we collect data on farm. So we have these root zone soil tubes that kind of 2 feet long, and we stick on the ground in the farm close to the crop, and then start to collect soil moisture in different depth on the ground. So the process that we proposed in here is there are 3 steps. One is we are focusing on the decreasing trend of soil moisture because, increasing trend is, it's not trend, it's just how much water that irrigation and rain is putting on the ground. But for farmers, what they are really focusing on is how the soil moisture is going to change after the irrigation and to a threshold that they need to do the irrigation. So that's why we are focusing on decreasing trend in this case. And 2 is the daily fluctuation. So in Florida, we have these sunlight that pretty crazy during the day, and then overnight it just soil moisture restores. So we think the daily fluctuation is a key part for monitoring soil moisture. And 3 is as we are developing the first 2 content, how are we going to incorporating them together in the user-friendly way so that this interface is going to help them to increase their knowledge and at the same time help them to manage the irrigation as well. So, yeah, so when we are trying to know the decreasing trend, first thing that we did was align these dry periods. So the data that we have here is just 1 season in spring for sweet corn cultivation in Florida. So we are choosing all these decreasing trend if there's a more than 10-hour conservative, like continuous decrease of soil moisture in the data, then we consider that as a decreasing period. And then the next step is we would like to find the pattern of this decreasing trend. So what we did is we are aligning these decreasing soil moisture with each other. So if one soil moisture decreasing period is going from the top, and then in the middle, we found another event is starting from the middle of the first event. So then we are chaining them together. So you see that all these dry periods are chained together in that way, and we can briefly see that the soil moisture is actually decreasing in the brief pattern in here. And then the next step is we did some modeling trying to interpret this trend. So I'm only showing the chart for local regression here, but actually we tried multiple methodologies such as AI. We tried RNN methodology. We tried polynomial regression. We kind of general regression as well, and also SBN. But what we found is, for this kind of chart, the farmers don't really necessary to be very accurate estimation on their soil moisture. So like 1 or 2% difference is going to not be very significant difference in terms of the accuracy for their irrigation management. So at the end, as we are testing all these like training costs of different methodologies, we think like very simple regression is pretty much enough to interpret the decrease in trend from this data. Although we see that in the middle area in here, there's a lot of variance. I think that's very reasonable because you don't know the weather situation for each year. You don't know what the soil. There's a lot of variations, uncertainties in the soil, and also different kind of breed or different kind of species that you grow on the ground is going to impact this a lot. So, but briefly, we know how the soil is decreasing when during a specific season with a specific crop that we are growing. And then the next step is we're trying to know, as we know the trend, we're trying to know the fluctuation. And it's actually the residual analysis that we're going to do in here. So what we do is for the whole time series data that we collect in the farm, we are smoothing them out with a 24-hour average, moving average in here. And then we are extract the residual. It's actually the difference of the original observation with the smoothing data in here. And we see the patterns that is chained up as a time series in here as well. And then the next step is we chop down those residual values into 24 hours and overlap them together. Then we see that, it's actually a daily fluctuation pattern is going to show up in here. So we use a sinusoidal function to fitting this pattern, like the chart in here. So in this case, we have 2 kind of patterns. One is the general decreasing pattern of soil moisture, and 2 is the daily fluctuation for that specific season in the soil for this crop. Then how are we going to stack them together and do the offsetting so that in the interface that farmers are easy to use, right? So what we did here is we we easily just put them together. But we developed this strategy how to interpret this by two sets of information is. So and also we are using another data set in here, which is the dots in here that you see is trying to validate and how to see how this trend is going to be used for another data set in the same location. So as you see, the use case that we are imagining for, especially for farmers who are not really into digital area is, so if they have a current soil moisture information, and then they can search on this chart. So for example, soil moisture information is in here, and they see, oh, in which hour that during the day that they are, it's actually over there. So if they are searching at 15 in here for soil moisture, and then they are searching for, oh, right now it's maybe 8 o'clock in the morning. They're using they monitor the current soil moisture, and then they goes to the daily fluctuation, and they see that if at 8 o'clock in the morning, if the daily fluctuation is above 0 or below 0. So if it's above 0, they just add that number on top of the curve that they search over here, and then they know, oh, that is actually the proper location for their soil moisture on this chart. And then say that, oh, the weather forecast tell me that there's no rain in the next 3 days. Then from this chart, then they can search down that in 3 days, how the soil moisture is going to be briefly, right? So in that way, one is they can manage their irrigation in a very qualitative manner that, oh, maybe if there's 3 days and there's no rain, I should start to do my irrigation in 2 days because I know the soil moisture is going to be too low in this trend. And another aspect for this is they know better of their soil in their farm. And just regardless of what kind of technology they're using, if they have this pattern, they know that, oh, in spring, the soil moisture is going to change in this way if I have sweet corn plant in my farm. Then you don't have to rely on any kind of smart technologies. I mean, if you would like to know very accurate estimation on this, yes, you need to more advanced technology to do that. But briefly, if you are just in a farm, you are just hanging around and looking at soil sensors on the ground, you can just search, bring this sheet with you and search on the sheet, and oh, how the soil is going to look like in a couple of days, right? So, and then we're talking about root zone soil moisture. So we have this data on different layers in the soil. Actually, we have 6 layers, but I only show 3 in here. So you can see that if farmers know the root zone information in their farm, maybe they just have one sensor that stick a little deeper in the ground. They can using different information in here for that purpose, and in the same way that they search on the chart. So the application for farmers in here is definitely for dry period monitoring. So as I said, if they know the current soil moisture information, and then they can use the chart to search down to see how the dry period performance of their soil. And 2 is timing decision making. So you don't have to really rely on other technologies, and these irrigation operation can be briefly planned as you are going through this searchable chart. And another one is knowledge gaining, different from other, smart technologies that you kind of have a calculator to put in the numbers and give output a number. This chart just give you a visual knowledge that how soil moisture is going to change in different season in different crop. And definitely we can develop this pattern for different crops. So if you are providing us 1 year historical soil moisture data for soybean in your land for the spring 2023, and we can bring up this kind of trend for you as well. And then maybe in the next year, you're just planting soybean again, you can use that chart for your management of irrigation as well. And then the data interpretation. So definitely all the data has been condensed together in that searchable chart. I mean, you don't have to really interpret a lot from raw data. The chart just tells you how the data is gonna say about soil moisture. And the advantage for this, especially for small farmers, is this is very affordable. So for us, is we just give us 1 or 2 years or 2 seasons of data, then we can produce this chart for you. And then just give maybe in the next year you have another data set, we can just improve it with more robust data size. And then it's scalable. So basically we can do this for different kind of crops, for different kind of lands. Right now it's in Florida, in Georgia, but it's definitely the methodology can be used in anywhere. Then it's user friendly. So we're trying to, release the burden of farmers, without this high technology cost, right? So, and everything is searchable. You can print out this on a sheet and then it can be updated every year. You can bring this to anywhere without, carry a smartphone or anything. So the conclusion here is we're trying to have these models developed in a way that can empower farmers to bring a user-friendly interface and also help them to understand their land, gain knowledge for the soil, then address the key challenges in interpretability, affordability, especially for small farmers. Then the potential impact on this is, soil moisture is quite critical, and there's a lot of uncertainties in here. And farmers, basically for irrigation management, they don't have to be very accurate. So for our experience, when we connect with the farmers who are consulting for irrigation, is they just want our decision is, oh, I have the soil moisture reading in here. Should I irrigate right now or not? So they don't really care about actually what number for soil moisture is, because the technology just give them the number. They don't know how the number looks like. But if they have the pattern in there and they have a decreased trend in there, they know, oh, the soil moisture has been changing, in 2 days from this point to this point. So that will give them the sense, should I start to irrigate without, consulting to anyone, right? Yeah, so the next step that we're going to do is we're still going to do the testing on this because we only have 2 years of data, and we are looking for more robust data to test out all these and to apply in different crops as well. And also we need to engage a lot of stakeholders, especially, small farmers. That is someone that we are targeting because we know that social disadvantage in digital agriculture. And also this improvement, especially in the interface, we think there's a space for improvement for that as well. That's a kind of a very interesting social study we need to test out when, show farmers, show agents, and how they're going to look like this, right? Okay, yeah, I think that's it for my presentation.
Thank the speaker.
Yeah, I'll be happy to take any question.
So is this a continuous kind of feed that you have data constantly coming in, or you collect figures?
So we are collecting. So the question is the data continuously collected, or is just a sensor put on the ground for a certain period and then to do the modeling, right? So we are collecting data for each season. So every time one sweet corn plant on the ground, we place a sensor like 1 week before the planting, and then we collect the sensor 1 week before harvesting. So I mean, we just don't want to disturb the operation in the farm. But if you want, we can collect the data continuously, unless you just let the sensor on the ground. But for the the decrease trend, what we observed is for different seasons, the decreasing trend is different. So in spring, in fall, there's I would say not quite significant, but absolutely they're changing different rate. Yeah. Well, maybe. Yeah.
Look at biomass, the bigger it gets, the more water it's going to consume. See whether or not that decrease is going.
Okay, can you repeat the question? Sorry.
I was just making a statement that you should also look at the size of the plant and what stage it's in to try to make the
Yeah, we actually, we have that information for the speed, for breed of sweet corn that we're using here. The root is, the longest root that we see is up to like 15 to 18 inches in the ground. So, but our sensor is up to 22 inches. Something that I am showing here is I only show 3 layers of soil information, but we have 3 more. And the last 2 is actually, you don't see a lot of this trend that is kind of a smooth curve. It's kind of straight line. So we're in Florida, we're in sandy soil. So the soil moisture is go down and then move out. So yeah, I agree. The species, the root depth is quite critical in this way.
Overlay the weather parameters become more easily forecastable into this to improve your precision of.
So that's true, but weather information is quite uncertain in our opinion. So we can definitely incorporate that into our model. So actually, we are doing that because what we are doing is we are trying to interpret the relationship between different soil layers. We're trying to see if the change of the soil moisture in the first layer is going to impact the soil moisture change in the second layer. So in that case, we are incorporating the weather information for that. But in this presentation, that we're trying to deliver the message is soil moisture pattern is pretty easy to model and can be in a way that's very easy to interpret. And we're focusing on small farmers and maybe not small farmers, the landscapers. So for anyone who is playing with garden farming or gardening, they can also use this as well. But they're just caring about the top layer of soil moisture. And if just one layer of soil, then it really doesn't matter of the weather situation. You just need to know the decreasing trend for that. And we are not focusing on increasing pattern. So I think the increase of soil moisture is really the impact of weather to the soil, but not really the decreasing part. Yeah.
All right, let's make them speaker again. Thank you all for coming. And yeah, we'll back to everything we can because there are more stuff coming in. Thanks.
Welcome sharing the right. Welcome sharing the right.
After how many hours, or it is a continuous deadline, there is a journey through the lower device or through the Wi-Fi?
Yeah.
So it's a thank you. Oh, simple. Is that continuous deadline? Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Not age, not like you're in your stomach. You're like in my stomach.
Okay, we'll see. If I don't die at this time, if I don't die at this time, you know, don't leave me alone. Are you living alone all the time? Where's that?
That is on.
2E, this is 2E. Okay, all right, Joe is gonna swing back in here, but your slides are up next, but he's gonna make sure they're all in presentation mode and everything, but you are all set to go. It doesn't have, anyway, you'll figure it out. It doesn't have Dr. Landivar slides later, but he'll figure that out when he gets here. You know what I mean? Yeah. That's a hidden problem, you know, no.
Alright.
Also, let me see this other flash drive. What is that one? Here, you can just yank that one out right here, this row.
Oh, that's not mine.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I think these both belong to, the little AV guy.
Hello, hello. Can you all hear me?
Are you the first presenter in here, sir? All right. So I've got the slideshow all set up. Anna's been putting these together, so the next presenter's slideshow just starts right after yours on the same deck. For the live stream, the only way they're gonna hear you is if you talk into the microphone. That should be good to go. I'll be milling around, checking all the rooms. We were setting up some staging last week, and we had these big old stair units that we put down in front of some of the stages, and just sticking my finger right there, got pitched between the stairs and the floor as we were dropping. Lost all the meat right there. Yeah. Sorry, that one. There you go.
Hello, hello. Yes. Your prediction.
Are you moderating? No, I'm the first time. Oh, moderator. I don't know if I'm going to have to back to him. Oh. No, I don't. Good morning, good afternoon. Sir? You're the moderator? Yes, sir. You're the first. Excellent. You got your blessing? I think everyone's. Except me, except me. Let's see if I was here before. Can you, do you know how to?
Yes. I think everyone slides are here.
I haven't loaded mine yet.
Oh, got it.
This is the 2E, right?
Yes. Consent.
is in F. Well, it's yeah, the first one. Yes, sir. Now, which one is yours?
Mine.
And let me just to make sure that we're doing the right thing.
Mine is already on there, so yeah, mine's that one.
Okay. So this is it. This is the section, right? Okay, and you do this.
Do this.
Mucho, okay, mucho gusto.
Oh.
¿Dónde estás? Muy bien, perfecto. ¿Universidad?
Undergrad Semana, LSU.
LSU. Perfecto. Comienza a las 2, ¿no? 2:30. Still got 3 minutes. ¿Eso es tuyo? Corpus Christi. Yes, sir. And the center director for the Corpus Christi Center. Yes. So who you work with in LSU? Oh, okay. Yeah. We'll begin sharp at 2, so we can make sure that everybody gets a chance to. No sé cómo, cómo vamos a hacer con de Pau, que es la tercera. Es la segunda. La segunda. No tengo idea.
Solo se cambia la pantalla.
Para el segundo va a ser online.
I'm here, Dr. Landivar. Okay, so.
Okay, Dr. Paul.
But
Yeah,
you're doing the
great.
next one, right?
No, yeah, it's after. This is the second speaker.
And Dr. Pang, are you gonna be able to change the slides or do we have to do it for you? I can change it because I will be sharing my screen. Okay. All right.
Sure. Well, I'd like to give you a warm welcome to section 2E, cotton management. And we're going to wait exactly what it is 2 in the afternoon. So it is my pleasure to present the first speaker, which is Mr. Duron from LSU. And let him tell us about his
Hello, everybody. Thanks, Dr. Landivar, for the introduction. And my name is Dulis, and today I'm going to talk about my project, which is called Artificial Intelligence and Satellite-Based Remote Sensing Model to Predict Cotton and Sugarcane Yield. I'm a master candidate right now at LSU, Louisiana State University. And I'll be so pleased if you have questions, comments, or suggestions to my research. I will thank that a lot. Let's start. So first, I'm going to give a little brief introduction about yield prediction and why it's needed. First, better harvesting and milling operations planning. Farmers are many times asked by the milling which is the operations of the sugarcane, where they process the sugarcane to extract the sugar. So they asked to the farmer, hey, are you going to have this amount of sugarcane or this amount of cotton at this certain time? And sometimes they run the risk that they don't have that amount, so they can be in a bad position with the industry. Second, that crop management decisions. With this early yield prediction or forecasting, we are able to tell to the farmer with geolocation where does he will have more or less yield. For example, this is the sugarcane farm, which is located in Louisiana, the Tennessee Parish, sorry, at the Assumption Parish. And all these fields, each of these are sugarcane fields, and each of these are geolocated with GIS software. And following that trend enables producers to identify patterns and trends in their fields. For example, I cannot tell what is going on your field, but I can tell the farmer where and at what time is happening. And introduce the fields where this project was made, first in the Assumption Parish, also in the state of Louisiana, and second in the Tennessee Parish. And this is the cotton field, which is in the northeast of Louisiana. And this is my methodology. We will go through this over the presentation, and it divides in two sections. First, in the pre-processing, which is the yellow part, and second in the modeling and evaluation part of the project. First, the pre-processing. I want to start to tell you all where I got the satellite data from, which is from PlanetScope, which is a 3x3 meter resolution planet. If you have a .edu email, you can get a free account. It's a high resolution satellite. High resolution, talking about satellites, because we have the 10x10, the Sentinel, and the 30x30, which is the Lancet. So from these, I extract these bands, which are red, green, blue, red edge, and NIR, in a temporal resolution of 30 days in sugarcane and in cotton. I'm looking for stages. Second, I will talk about the yield monitor data. This is the yield monitor data from a sugarcane field. As you can see, each of these squares are a 10x10 meter grid that I made before in QGIS. And these 10x10 meter grid are all over the farm that I showed before. All over this farm and this second farm. It is different between sugarcane and cotton. And this is the one from sugarcane. As you can see, there's a zoom here, and there's about 27-ish points per square. And in this one, it's for cotton, that it's 7, 8 points per square. But I also want to talk about how this 10x10 meter grid, we also acquired the PlanetScope data in this 10x10 meter grid. As you can see, these little squares, which are the 3x3 meter resolution from the satellite, I will extract these values in this 10x10 meter square. And this, sorry that I'm saying that a lot, but it's useful. Each of these squares are geolocated with latitude and longitude, so I know where in the field is happening and what's happening. Moving on, I want to tell you about the remote sensing data acquisition. But first, I will talk about the vegetation index calculation with the 5 ants that I acquired from the PlanetScope satellite. I'll calculate a ton of vegetation indices, for example, NDRE, NDVI, BDVI, there's a lot of those. And with those calculations, I extract all those values in the 10x10 meter grid that I told you before. And for the dates in sugarcane, I started that data acquisition at the tillering and canopy development, which is about May, July, June. Sugarcane, it's an semi-perennial crop, but the season of sugarcane is the whole year. And I stopped just before in the ground growth phase, just before the canopy closes. Once the canopy closes, you cannot know almost anything about sugarcane. And on the other hand, for cotton, I started my first data acquisition from the satellite data, which is bare soil, and I went through all the stages from cotton until the ball production growth stage. And I did this talking to the farmers because once I predicted yield very good in cotton, but it was like 10 days before. So I went to the producer and told him, hey, I predict your yield very good. So he told me, I don't need this. I don't really need this because, but this time, this is not useful to me. So in this model, the results will be better if I can get data at this point, but that is useless to the farmer. So I take that point to count. And something I want to talk about the sugarcane. It's the weather features that I add to the model, which are the cumulative growing degree days, cumulative precipitation, and cumulative solar radiation. These environmental variables were calculated by adding by days. By the word says cumulative, and it were in the same days that the data acquisition from the remote sensing, the satellite data was acquired. And also I make a dummy variable, which is defining the crop year of the sugarcane, because sugarcane, the yield will affect a lot the year that it is. As I told you before, it's a semi-perennial crop. So you plant every 4 years. And the first crop, or the first year, it's called a cane crop. This cane crop, the yield will be the best of the next 5 years. And second, we have the first ratoon, second ratoon. And it can last forever if you let it grow. But usually in Louisiana, there's just 5 years of ratoon crop. And just to show you a little bit of the yield data that I used to train the model, this yield data, this is from sugarcane, and these are the 3 years. All the 3 years are normally distributed. I did delete the parts of I made a buffer. If not, there will be like another histogram here showing, because the yield monitor data, you need to be very careful with that if you're going to do this kind of research. At the beginning of the field, it is feeding the combine. And while it's feeding the combine, it's not showing the real data. And so you need to make a buffer of 30, 20-ish meters inside the field. And as you can see, the year 2023, the average data, the average yield was better. And on the other hand, we have cotton. So we did this with 2021 and 2023 yield, and also normally distributed, a little bit skewed 2023 data. And yields, better for yield 2021. In this case, cotton was really attacked by the drought we had last year. At the summer, it was a really hard summer for this crop. Not what happened in 2021. And this is the modeling part. This is the second part of the project. We began this with a training test data split, 80-20 for both of the data sets. Something to clarify, the data sets were not together. It was one data set for sugarcane and one data set for cotton. And second, you have like the set of the random forest, train the simple linear regression, and set of the neural network. We have the model training with the neural network, and which the parameters of the neural network that I used were these for layers of 80, 40, 20, and 10 neurons each, respectively. And the relative activation functions, batch size 128 and epochs 30 for the random forest, this was based on hyperparameter optimization, because one day I got very good results with 200 trees, but the professor told me, how do you know that? I just try it, but this is a really good way to know which one is the number of trees, number of features, and max depth of your model for the random forest. In this case, what was 280 trees, the max depth of 20, and the max feature was based on the square root. And model assessment, so in this case, the results. This case was better than random forest with an R-square of 0.86 and a root mean square of 2.54, followed by the neural network with an R-square of 0.78, a root mean square of 3.20, and then the linear regression. As you can see, the average data was, or the average yield was 34.74. So we're not too far from predicting yield. With this, so for the importance of the variables, where I want to step a little bit here. On the top 15 most important features of random forest, I'm putting the top 15 because there were like 97 columns. First, we have the OSAVI, which is a vegetation index that it is it takes in account the red and near infrared band in the calculation of the OSAVI vegetation index, which is 0.40, the relative importance. You cannot calculate a really percentage importance in random forest because it's not as a simple linear regression that you can quantify that. And for the absolute coefficient values of the top 15 variables in the linear regression, we have the condition E first, which this is a condition if this was a cane crop or a ratoon crop that I told you before. And how I know it's a cane crop, I cannot go to the farmer and ask him because maybe he will forget. But I made a filter using satellite data telling me that if the year before it was the NDVI less than 0.4, there was bare soil. So they were in the process of planting cane. So the next year will be cane crop and so on with that. The next was the mean of the red edge and then the mean of BDVI. Something that I forget to tell is that this A6 mean means the data collection of the satellite right before the canopy closes in sugarcane. And this A4, it's in the most, in the ground growth of the sugarcane. Later on, we have the model assessment for cotton. And here we tried the XGBoost and random forest. I can tell you the parameters later. Sorry for not posting here. And where we have results. So this is for the year 2023. And this is a different approach because it was so different, the data by years. So we have 20% of data for 2023 for testing, and then we have some 20% of the data of 2021 for testing the model using a training data set of both years. So for the year 2023, the results were an R-square of 0.69 and an R-square of 0.69 of well in the XGBoost. And we have the contribution magnitude of the variables, right? In the first one, we have the RBI in the 7.2, which I named it, thank you. I named it like that because it was in the stage growth of the cotton where it was the formation of the ball. And we have the results for year 2021. The results were better for the year 2023. With an R-square of 0.77 in both XGBoost and random forest models. And we have RBI and GCI also in the contribution magnitude, which are vegetation indices that take into account near infrared and red bands. Thank you. If you have questions, comments, or suggestions, I will be pleased to answer or receive the comments. Yes. Oh, so uh, no. What I did is that I split all my data set. For example, I have the 3 years together, and then I split them in 80-20. But we do want to do that for the yield 2024 to have enough years. And I have more yield data, but the time that Planet Satellite start doing this high resolution satellite data, it was from 2021. Sir.
And on your model, you have cumulative rainfall.
Yes.
As part of in your model, which is important, but probably as important is the stage of the cotton growth at the time that the rainfall occurs, because cotton uses moisture at different times during its growing cycle. So if it's what we call timely rains on the farm, a timely rain can be as much or more than rains in general. The other thing is, it's like we had an instance last year around Plainview where we had farms that had 10 inches of rain over a 2-day time frame. Well, a lot of that rainfall, it showed up on a cumulative model, but our benefit to that rain was very, very little. We probably got less than an inch of value to that. You might find a way in your model to account for that.
Thank you. Thank you.
But the work you're doing is important.
Thank you. Yes, it says it's a cumulative rainfall, but it could be all in one day. And I know there's erosion of water. Thanks.
The next presentation is by Dr. Pankaj Paul. He's going to present from India. Unfortunately, he couldn't get out here on time, so we managed to get his presentation online. And this presentation is kind of an introduction for mine. So I'm glad that he was able to make it and be online. Yep.
How you doing, sir? We doing
We're
virtual?
trying to do that immediately.
Yeah, right, okay. Sharing. All right. And this is his screen here. That should be sharing now. Got him up there. And he will just need to share that screen to the Zoom, and that should be coming through.
Can you, Dr. Powell, put your presentation on?
Yeah, that's up on the Zoom now. Dr. Powell, do you have your microphone on?
Yeah, it's on.
All right. Get that up. Are you looking at the YouTube right now?
No.
All right, I'll go talk with Anna to make sure we've got him on the YouTube, but he's good to go for all this and we've got him up on the screen.
Okay, please go ahead, Dr. Paul.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Pankaj Paul. I was a postdoctoral research associate at AgriLife Texas A&M Corpus Christi. And today I will be presenting our work on AI-driven digital twin framework for cotton feature forecasting and yield predictions. We have started this project with two main objectives, like first one, the in-season crop management and the yield prediction. In in-season crop management, the target was for irrigation scheduling, fertilizer management, agrochemical management, and PICS recommendation. In order to achieve these goals, we came up with an idea of developing a digital twin. A digital twin, by definition, is a data-driven replica of a physical entity or process. And we chose this technology because of its ability to predict how a physical entity will behave in the future. And this predictive capability is also known as the predictive analytics. Furthermore, this predictive analytics can be used to answer a crucial question, that is, what decisions can be taken to improve the efficiency of the entity or process, and is also termed as the prospective analytics. To make things more clear, here's an example of digital twin for health monitoring. Suppose there is a person and he is wearing a smartwatch for last 3 years. And the smartwatch is equipped with sensor that can measure heartbeat, pressure, glucose, oxygen, and temperature. Now, the data captured by this smartwatch can be categorized as the historical data and the real-time data. From the historical data, we can do the behavior analysis in which we can capture the different behaviors of that particular person. Then, in the predictive analytics, using the historical data and the real-time data, we can tell the future behavior of that particular person. And that predictive analytics can be used by a physician to make the recommendation for that person. In the same way, we came up with a digital twin for the cotton crop, where we have captured the features like canopy cover, canopy height, canopy volume, excess green index, and NDVI. The historical data is the crop growth pattern that we observed in the previous years, and the real-time data is the crop growth pattern till some point in the time in the season. Now, using these growth patterns and the real-time data that we have seen in the current season, we can do the predictive analytics where we can forecast the crop growth pattern for rest of the season. And based on that forecasting, we can do the prospective analytics where we can do the in-season crop management and yield prediction. For example, we are at some point in time in this season, and this is the crop growth pattern, which is the real-time data. Now we can use this real-time data to identify a particular pattern in the previous years and can take that pattern to forecast the rest of the season. And based on that, we can do the yield prediction and in-season crop management. So basically, digital twin has 3 main components. One is big data collection, predictive analytics, and the prospective analytics. The big data collection, the big data in our case is the RGB images captured by RGB and NIR images captured by the UAV and the satellite. From these RGB images, we have extracted the features canopy cover, canopy height, canopy volume, and excess green index. These are our 2 test farms, farm 1 and farm 2. Both of these farms are segmented into grids of 100 meter squares. This is the summary of data collected from 2019 to 2023. And for example, in 2019, we have collected RGB data from 7 UAV flights. And similarly, in 2023, we have captured RGB data from 20 different flights. So the big data is composed of total of 18 to 20,000 grids of 100 meter square, capturing the canopy cover, height, volume, excess green index of cotton crop. Once we have the feature extracted, the next step was the data cleaning. In data cleaning, we have identified the outliers, and the outliers are basically the grids which do not have anything or which do not have the plants in them, or the grids on the boundaries which have part crop from the other field or which have the grasses. So those grids are removed from the sets of the grids. And once the data cleaning is done, we did the data interpolation. Since the data collected in different years are on the different date and the frequency of UV flights are different, so the direct comparison of growth patterns across year is not statically sound. So what we did, we interpolated the data for each year for a period of 140 days. For canopy cover, canopy volume, excess green index, we used the 3-degree polynomial and log normal function. For example, here, the orange points are the data collected by the UAVs, and the blue line is the interpolated data. Similarly, for canopy height, we use the logistic function. Here is an instance of interpolated data for canopy cover from year 20, 21, 22, and 23. Here is another instant of the same data when they are kept on the same scale of 2023. Here, the blue lines and the green lines are the data from year 2020 and 2021, and these are also the high yielding years. And the data represented by the red line and the violet line are the data from year 2022 and 2023, which are also the low yielding years. Once we have our big data, we did the predictive analytics, and in that we have identified the crop growth patterns. Now, one of the model from the collected 20,000 growth patterns matching to the growth patterns of the grid in current seasons can be selected for forecasting. But this method is more prone to noise and has high computational power, that is order of n square, where n is the total number of growth patterns or the number of grids. So to overcome this problem, we came up with an idea of clustering the grids with similar growth patterns. So all the grids between those two solid, all the growth patterns between those two solid yellow lines are clustered together, and one growth pattern is derived, represented by the dashed line, and is used for the forecasting. Here is an instance of model library or the library of growth patterns after the clustering approach. So we have reduced the model from 20,000 to 150 to 200 models for each of the features. Once we have our model library of growth patterns, we can go for the forecasting. And the first step was the model selection. The model selection approach is simple. We have a target data, that is the growth pattern till now in this season, and we have used that growth pattern to select one of the model from the model library and use it for the forecasting, which is also known, we termed it as a best fit model. For example, suppose we are at some point 58 days after emergence, and we have total of 15 model, 5 model from each 2020, 2021, and 2022. What we did, we compared the real-time data collected from the UAV to the data generated by this model, and RSME is identified. The model with the minimum RSME is selected. For example, here the model 2 has the minimum RSME and is selected for the forecasting. We have repeated this process every time we have a new data point. And as you can see in the bar graph, as we go ahead in the season, the RSME is also coming down. Let's take a closer look at another comparison. Here we have grouped the grids based on their yield performance. We can see their forecasting accuracy represented by these plots. We have categorized the grids into low, medium, and high yielding groups. The first, second, and third plot represents this category respectively. The orange dots here represents the forecasted data, while the blue dots show the actual yield. The very first forecast is generated 70 days after planting, and it's the indicated by the red dashed line. As the season progresses, you can see how the error between the forecasted and the actual data gradually decreases. Here the graphs compares the forecast for the entire field at two future time horizons, that is 28 and 42 days ahead of time. The forecasts are based on data collected up to June 2nd of 2021. The top two plots shows the actual data captured by the UAV on these future dates. The bottom two plots shows the corresponding forecast for those dates. The forecast for 28 days ahead closely matches the actual data. For the 42 days forecast, the model performed well except for the low canopy cover area, which also tends to have lower yields. And similarly here, the forecasting for canopy height is shown for 28 and 42 days ahead of time. Once we have our forecasting, we did the yield prediction. One of our team member, Professor Juan Landivar, came up with a regression model which takes canopy cover and excess green index as an input and estimates the yield. The regression model is trained and tested with the historical data from 2019 to 2023. In the current season, the trained regression model is used where the part real-time and part forecasted data is used as an input, and the yield is predicted. We are able to predict the yield 8 to 10 weeks before the harvest. You will hear more about it in the next presentation by Professor Landivar. The work done so far, the work presented so far is based on the, so this is that's the one part of my presentation. And this is the second part. Like in the first part, we did the forecasting and we did the yield prediction. Now, the work done so far is based on the 2 centimeter pixel UAV data. And our goal is to do the same thing using the 50 centimeter pixel SkySat data. We have collected SkySat data for 2023, and we are doing the same for this year also. So what we did till now, like we had 2 centimeter RGB data from UAV, and we have extracted these features: canopy cover, height, volume, and axis grain index. And we want to do the same with the SkySat 50 centimeter resolution data. But the challenge here is the accuracy of this feature extracted is not that good. So our goal is to come up with a calibration algorithm powered by UAV images to improve the accuracy. So for example, here are 2 images. One is captured by the UAV, which is 2 centimeter resolution image, and another one is the SkySat image, which is 50 centimeter resolution image for the same date and for the same grids. In our further analysis, we resampled this UAV image, 2 centimeter UAV image to 50 centimeter UAV image. And then a comparison is made between the RGB histogram for those 2 50 centimeter resolution image. Here we can clearly see a shift between those RGB bands. In our further analysis, a comparison of the average pixel value for the red, green, and blue bands in SkySat and UAV images over 7 different days of planting is performed. And we came up with a regression equation. We use this regression equation to modify the SkySat image. For example, the top image here is the image captured by the SkySat satellite. And using the regression equation generated here, we have modified that image, and the bottom image is the modified image. And when we have compared this image with the 50 centimeter UAV image, we have seen some improvement. The black spots in the UAV images is because of the cloud. And still the work is going on, and we are hoping to see more improvement in this. For the conclusions are, we have developed a digital twin framework that can forecast crop features accurately up to 30 days in advance, and in certain instances to the end of the season. We can predict yield 8 to 10 weeks before the harvest. Another conclusions are transition from high resolution US to low resolution satellite data. Initial analysis reveals a strong correlation, that is R square greater than 0.82 between RGB band of SkySat and UAV imagery. This finding suggests the potential to develop a calibration algorithm leveraging previous year UAV RGB data to precisely extract this canopy cover and axis grain index information from SkySat imagery. Our future work is to develop a digital twin using only the satellite data. It can be SkySat or Sentinel data. And another objective is the technology transfer. We want to transfer the technology to producer and industry. Thank you. I can take the questions.
Thank you. Yes, we got plenty of time. We got about 5 minutes, and Dr. Paul presented 90 slides in 15 minutes. Any questions for Dr. Paul? My presentation is not related to this, so maybe Paul has a question, but if there are any questions specific in how to build the model.
Just I want to ask how they calculate the canopy height from the RGB images. Just I'm wondering this one.
Go ahead, Dr. Paul. We got the expert out here, but you can answer that question.
Actually, the voice is not clear to me, so it's hard to
Dr. Paul, the question was how do we extract the canopy cover from RGB? Canopy height from RGB.
Okay.
Jose is here if you want him to answer. But
yeah, sure, that will be good.
Go ahead.
He's the one who's doing that. So yeah.
is the one that does it. Go ahead, explain, Jose, how you.
So, extraction behind that, depends a lot on your reference. So the way we do it basically, we start doing UAV data collection before plant emergence, right? That to get an elevation of the ground, and then we do UAV data collection weekly. Now, this new data collection weekly is gonna have elevation of the plant, right? So to get the kind of behind model, basically, we do the elevation model with the plant minus elevation model without the plant, and that would give us the height of the plant. If you correlate.
Jose, you want to send me it? Cancel that in a. Well, it was a very interesting presentation. You know, Dr. Paula explained how he took this idea from the medical industry, you know, of forecasting based on features of the patient, you know, and to go to solutions. And we adapted that to cotton agronomy. So my presentation, the objective of my presentation is now what to do with it. You know, what are we doing with it, and how it might help the grower. My name is Juan Landivar, and I'm working with a bunch of smart people that are helping us to develop these tools. Dr. Paul presented basically this schema here, you know, going from the data collection, and Jose is the one that collects the data here, satellite data, and so on. He focused on this area here. My work is going to begin out here, you know, with the beginning of the digital twins, with the creation of the digital twins that we use it for in-season management or for yield predictions out here. Okay, and just to remember you, what are the pulse, the parameters that measure the pulse of the cotton plant is canopy cover, plant height, canopy volume, vegetative indexes like exit greenness and NDVI. And that's the data that goes into we develop digital twins for those features, and then that's what we use for the rest of the parameters. Okay, and Dr. Paul showed you these examples. We got a total of about 40 clusters per year, times 4. That's about it's about close to 200 that we got for our database, and this represents a low yielding, a high yielding, and a middle yielding. So this is the reason why I'm emphasizing that. And we are here about 30 days. This is real data. And then we're trying to forecast, you know, with the digital twin. The yellow line is the digital twin. And then this, of course, is the subsequent real data. So you can see how well our model fit the data. But something that you can observe from here is that if we are at this point, we're very safe to advise the grower what to do at some time around day 80. You know, and then, of course, every time that we fly, the models, all the models are totally updated, and you can see that with more data, of course, we're replacing real data for uncertainty. The models got to be better, like Dr. Paul showed, you know, that the fit drops, you know, with time. And then by the time that we get to 80 days of season, we can hit I feel very, very confident, like Dr. Paul showed, you know, of making any kind of decisions for the cotton grower, for the cotton producers. Okay, and then this is the end of the season. You can see that very well, very good fit. Now, what are we doing with the data? We're taking the digital twins as for every fly, and this is in Driscoll, Texas, South Texas, the coastal bend, you know, and then every time that we get a new flight, you know, we feed these features into several kinds of models. You know, the one I'm going to show you is a very simple a nonlinear regression model, but it does very well with the amount of data that we have. And then the first thing that I'm going to show you is the yield estimations. Oops. This is just taking the overall data for the all 5 years, and then we build a model for 2019, for example, using this 4 years and trying to forecast 19, and then for 20. We use these 3 years and that one there and eliminate 20, and you can see the goodness of fit at the end of the season. Okay, so you can see that that the differences are very small. This is using the real data, the drone data, I mean, not digital twins, but you can see at the end of the season how well we're doing predicting the real yield. And by the real yield, we mean the John Deere monitoring yield divided into our grid size. And our grid size are 10 by 10, which is approximately meters, which is approximately 1,000 square feet. Okay. Now, the trick that growers are interested in it, that we hear very eloquently in the panel this afternoon, was, what are we going to produce? How is the crop developing? And so here are some predictions with data up to this date. And you can see that early in the season, of course, without much data, it's not, the models are not all that accurate. It doesn't make any sense to predict yield in about a month after planting, but you can see that sometime around here, keep an eye on late May, early June, the yields become very stable. And then, we are able to match, this is the John Deere data, and then this is the prediction that I showed you earlier with the drone data. So sometime around the end of May, early June, we can begin to be fairly accurate predicting yields. And that the story goes just for the rest of the 5 years, and remember, this is 2020 without 2020, but using the other 4 years to develop the model. Yeah, again, early in the season 2020, we over-predicted yield, but it was a good year. It eventually settled down again, in that magic time around late May, early June, and then we began to come out with very close yield estimates. The story goes on for the other years. 2021 was our best year. Our producer exceeded 3 bales cotton, which is Ms. Wiley, that's kind of unheard for us. She said that our yields are 300 to 1,200. Well, 1,550 is an excellent yield. Well, this is an outstanding grower. And again, that magic number, sometime around May here, the yield becomes very stable, saying that our data is reliable. 2022 was a horrible year. This is one of the 300 pounds cotton that Ms. Wiley was talking about. You can see that again, we began a little bit lower, but then it settled down for the approximately right yield. And we were able to predict this low yield. The previous picture is 3 bales, and this is 1 bale. That was a great surprise, on what data-driven models can do. 2023, we began high, and you know why? We had a wonderful year, and sometime around here, June 6th, turn off the faucet for water and turn on the thermostat for temperature. We had about 40 days with that. So our yields declined. This was an interesting year because our canopy covers were beautiful, and what gave us the right yield prediction was the decay and vegetated indexes. We could see it in the field. We could see it with the vegetated indexes, especially with excess greenness, that the canopy efficiency of the crop was declining every week. And that's what the models picked and predicted the right yields for this year. We were looking for over 2 bales cotton. Ms. Wally, 2024, we began flying. Jose made the last fly, April 11th. And we ran the models. Dr. Paul from India ran the model for me, and I made these yield predictions. So we are around 1,250 pounds yield prediction. It's it's too early, and don't give it. I will put a penny in this yield prediction yet because it's too early. But I expect, that sometime around here, we're going to begin to pass that information to our economists, to our growers, so they can begin to think about, hey, this is what might be happening, and so every week that changes, so we're excited to see what is going to happen, but the crop is looking beautiful now. All right, that's the yield forecast, and I'll tell you what we're going to do with it. All this information that I mentioned to you about canopy cover, are the fixtures that we use to generate more knowledge about the crop. One of the knowledge that we get is growth rate. For example, in this case out here, we are around day 60, and the red line is our digital twin. Every time that we run the model, we get a first derivative of that red curve and generate this curve out here. And we are always checking anytime that the growth rate exceeds 1.5 centimeter. Why 1.5? Arbitrarily, could be 2. No, that is that is an indication the plant is growing too fast and it needs growth regulators. And this is the window. After that, it's not going to need it anymore. So the grower can ask, the computer anytime, say, give me a schedule for, how much growth regulator this crop is going to need on this date, and this is what it come out with. For every day, you can see that the bigger the plant, the higher the amount that it is to apply. So he can choose from here, that the model is telling him, you need picks. You pick when you want to do it. And then if you decide, we recommend not to touch the red areas, but focus on maybe on these 2 areas. All right. And then he decides on how much he wants to put, for any of the grids out there in his variable application rate. So that's our growth regulator model. We are doing the same thing with maturity. And we're taking advantage of this relationship here developed by one of our graduate students that shows vegetative indexes, or the decline greenness, exit greenness, versus maturity. This is very green, and this is less green. So sometime around here, around 0.20, the crop is about 50 to 60% maturity. So we take this data here, we convert it to maturity maps, and then we can decide on rate and time of defoliation. But the growers is interesting, and the general here that was left, is when the crop is going to come out. So this is our digital twin, and whenever and we are at this point here, we are at 6:30. At the end of June in 2021, we were telling Mr. Dobson, the owner of the farm, that they say, all right, your crop is going to be ready by 7:23. You can defoliate your crop at 7:23. Well, he defoliated on 7:30. But that's his choice again, that our model was telling us the crop is ready to go. And then here is some examples of recommended actual, and then finally around last year, he listened to us. We told him the 7:18 and he defoliated 7:18. No, the decision belongs to him. He knows how many machines, how much labor, how many other crops. So we just give him the information and he decides. But what we're telling him is, your crop is ready right here. Okay. Another interesting project that we're working at, and we had a question this morning about is irrigation. Again, develop digital twins for canopy cover, crop index, that we develop a crop coefficient, and then we're trying to introduce this efficient term based on exit greenness that we can maybe adjust this water requirement equation. Normally, the equation is without this term out here, but but now we can measure an efficiency term, and we're testing it to see if it makes sense to use an efficiency term to save water. And this is the result, for blocks that were treated with the coefficient, water with the coefficient and without the coefficient. Here we apply, in this period of time, 79 millimeters of water versus out here, it's about 10% less with this term out here. Now, and these plots produce the same yield. And that is the proof of the cake. If we can use an efficiency term and reduce the amount of water by 10% and produce the same yield, that would be tremendous especially for the high plains of Texas. We kind of eager to find out if that is true. And so just to summarize, this is what we're doing with it. We think that we can create a knowledge by using digital twins and the process that topology cover, for yield forecasting, especially early yield forecasting. If we got the waste of the plant, we can do biomass. This is a paper that was presented at the Bell White meetings this year. And then, of course, crop termination, growth regulators, exit greenness, and so on for different purposes. So the potential is huge for this technology. And it's just one field, that we're beginning. Next year, we would like to do about 5 of these fields. Conclusions are obvious. That we can go 10 to 15 days early in the season, and as much as 30 days later, we can do yields. 6 to 10 weeks, we can do 6 to 10 weeks before harvest. We can, get a good estimation of yields, which could be used for marketing. We're working on 24, and then we would like to do crop yield, biomass, and other things with that data set. We are about to publish this paper. It's a summary of everything that we talked in this presentation. It's not out yet. It's a huge paper, and the reason we did it big, one paper, 16 pages, is because we want to send out there our definition of what a digital twin is. There's a lot of confusion on what a digital twin is. So we are documenting here how we're creating those digital twins, and then showing some examples on what to do with it. And the authors are tremendous cooperators, students, great scientists. Dr. Jin Hajan from Purdue, and they were, when he was in Corpus Christi, Kishu Lee, Mahendra, Jose sitting out here, and Dr. Paul is in India, So the thing is excellent, and we hope that this paper, can serve as a guide for at least what we're defining, and what a digital twin is, and how to go forward. And this is our dream. Dr. Paul alluded a little bit to this, where we would like to, right now, all that we're doing and all that I show you is this, but if we can replicate that with satellites, and send all of that information through our digital twin models, we can replicate what I show you here. And that is the big goal. And I think it's doable, because we are generating functions from drones, and we can generate those with, it's still work to do, and maybe a couple more meetings out here, and we'll be able to show that relationship. So with that, I conclude. And how are we doing with time? We're doing, I think we're doing fine, but what time is the next paper? I don't know what I did. I got it here. Can you pass me that? What did I do with my agenda? Just to have an idea of what that. Okay. Oh yeah. Okay. So the next paper is at 3, and it's 2:53. We got 7 minutes, so we got time for questions. Yes, sir. Okay. Go ahead. We've been working in this field in Driscoll, Texas, with our cooperator, Dr. Jimmy Dobson, Mr. Jimmy Dobson, for 5 years. We think we can, and we've done that with with very good results. But it's we're not going to say that until we actually do the calibration and geo-verification. Now, the answer to that, though, is that if we can generate data from a sprayer, for example, the spray and see, that it goes to the field throughout the season, we can collect that, we can calibrate these models and then spread out develop specific models for any field where you got that data. And now the other possibility is use previous satellite data from previous 5 years. We got the data, the drone data, calibrate them. The John Deere yield monitoring is key. So we can have the fixtures and the yield from the John Deere monitoring. So it is possible. We're working on that, but we think that it is transferable. Dr. Cater, excuse me.
You're working with growers that have pests under control. How much do you think of the digital twin accuracy is going to be degraded if you've got serious pests, such as insects or weeds or disease?
That's a very good question, Cater. and as a biologist, that was my main concern. Now, an engineer sitting out here kind of, made me change my mind on that and the value of big data. Our data range now, caters, is approximately 25,000 little fields, which range from about 200 pounds all the way up to about close to 5 bales. So in that database, we got all kinds of scenarios. Now, if we do have a sudden, like the old good days, boll weevils attacks, that and then detect the top crop, and the grower doesn't do a good job, we're probably going to miss it. But for most stress crops like the 2022, where we could see the degrading of the canopy, even though that we had the size, which would have been an indication of high yield, but we could see the decay in efficiency, by the crop turning a little more opaque and eventually brown. We were able to capture those yields. So water stress, nitrogen stress, maybe diseases. Root rot, for example, if the plants die, we definitely we can capture that. I'm pretty sure that there's going to be cases where the model doesn't work, for some, like a boll weevil attack, But I think for most of, it's interesting. Crops, don't do that. They slowly decay. So if we can use our drums, use the plant to be an integrator of the environment, soil, insect, temperature, rainfall, and so on, and we develop an accurate way of capturing that response with drums, we might be able to capture that increase or decrease in yield, and that's what we think we're seeing in this yield. And just to give credit to this guy, he thinks, and he's got the proof, the more data, the easier the model should be to be accurate. He can explain that sometime. Yeah, I'm going to try to do that quickly. That we think that the crop is a solar panel. The canopy size is the size of the panel, and the efficiency is the efficiency, NDVI or exit greenness is the efficiency of the solar panel. So we're trying to assess how much energy we're capturing by canopy size, and then canopy efficiency, exit greenness of NDVI is a curve that reaches a peak and then declines. That decline is very, very important. How fast it declines, and is a very important determinant of yield. And then, of course, the peak. I don't know if you attended Jose's presentation. He pointed out about 5 features, in his growth analysis that are related to yield, and we try to keep in mind. I think we're running out of time, and then Dr. Haoyu Niu got also from Texas A&M. It has an exciting alternative on how to do crop model, crop yields. And then it's so interesting that to lay out the following paper is another possibility on how to do that. The one that I presented you here is a very simple model that worked. So the job of these guys is they need to beat the old man. Dr. Haoyu?
Do they put the slides?
Can you help me?
Thank you.
Are they on do you remember or something?
Oh, yeah, thank you.
Already
Oh, yeah. Okay, thanks.
And just speak into the microphone so they can hear you.
Yeah, I think, yeah, I think it's good.
I just gotta click on your presentation. We'll start. Right, thanks for working on.
Oops. Okay. All right. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Haoyu. I'm currently a research engineer working at the Texas A&M Institute of Data Science. And I graduated from University of California, Merced in 2022. And then I joined TAMU. And so my major was electrical engineering and computer science. And my research mainly focused on using AI, machine learning, computer vision for agriculture applications. And today I would like to present our latest work by using the skill-aware convolutional neural networks for cotton yield prediction. And before I start, I'd like to thank our co-authors, our master students, Janvita, and also our professors, Mahendra, Professor Landivar, and Nick and Craig. So first, the research background. So cotton is a very important cash crop in America. And in Texas, most of the cotton is grown in the Texas high plains, and which is a key contributor. And approximately there is more than like 600 million cotton in 6 million acres in Texas. And so that's why we are interested in this research topic. And continue. So related work, I know that in Professor Landivar's previous research work, they have already been working on using the traditional machine learning methods, which is first to extract the features like a canopy cover, excessive greenness, different vegetation indexes. And that's one way to do it. And for my research, I'm mainly focused on using the cotton image as the input. So that means we didn't do lots of pre-processing. We just, once we split the image, we just input them into the convolutional neural networks, because we believe that during the convolution operation, we may, capture some unseen features, which are usually not commonly detected by our researchers. But later on, we do use some extracted features to generate some synthetic data set. I will highlight that later. So in that case, for this research, our purpose is to create a framework for the convolutional neural networks so that we can use this framework to automatically predict the cotton yield without much human effort. So we used some traditional or classical convolutional neural networks, such as the basic CNN model, and also the CNN long short-term memory, the CNN 3D AlexNet, and ResNet. And second, we want to check how reliable the UAV-based RGB image works for the in predicting cotton with different irrigation treatments. And third is that we applied a Keras tuner method to automatically do the hyperparameter tunings. Because sometimes when we do some research, people like to challenge, why do you choose this number of neurons or number of layers? So in this way, we can automatically search the best parameters for our models. So here is our experimental field. It's located in the Lubbock, Texas. So there are 4 different irrigation treatments, rain-fed, full irrigation and percent deficit and the time delay. So rain-fed is just based on the rain. There's no irrigation, and full irrigation is, well, we just normally irrigate our cotton. And for the time delay, it means that, for example, we wait for a longer time to irrigate the cottons. And the percent deficit is just, for example, we irrigate like 20% or 50% of the full irrigation amount. And so there are 3 replications for each treatments. So in that case, we have 12 zones in total. And the cotton fiber was mechanically harvested from the field, from the individual rows with each drip zones. And in each drip zones, there are 8 rows. So in total, we have 96 rows of cotton yield ground truth. So the first idea came into my mind is that we can first, split the cotton row images, and then we can, that give us like 90 sampling points. So it's relatively a small data set. It's not quite big. So, and then we did a quick statistical analysis for each irrigation treatment. And you see that there's significant difference between the different irrigation treatments. And for example, as expected, the rain-fed has the lowest mean yield. And the percent deficit and time delay are quite similar, but we did a p-value non-hypothesis testing. There is a difference between the percent deficit and time delay. And of course, the full irrigation has the highest yield. This is not some surprising results. And here we use 2 strategies to plot the yield. And one is the bounding, one is the box plot, and the other one is the violin plot. So the benefit of using violin plot is that it can also give us the distribution of each treatment. And so any questions? If no, I can continue. So as I mentioned, the first idea is that we try to do some pre-processing for the cotton row images. And because the row image is has a very high height, a long height, but very short wise. So to better fit into the CNN models, I first resized the single individual row image into a better dimension size to fit into the CNN models. So all the rows actually comes from a single row. I just resize it into 250 to 245 with 3 channels, red, green, and blue. So for the sampling days, I chose August 18th, September 2nd, September 9th, and September 20th. Because based on our previous research, so those 4 days give us the best image qualities. Because before that, at the early growing stage, the difference is quite small. If we add the early stage images into our training and testing performance, it actually doesn't improve our accurate model performance. Actually, it will decrease the model performance a little bit because it's kind of like adding more noise into the data set. And so we didn't add the days after September 20th because after that, there was a heavy rain, so which kind of has a great effect on the data quality. So that's why we only choose the 4 sampling days. And the way I do it is that, and also, by the way, the way we split is the UAV image is by using the ArcGIS Pro. You can also try the GeoPandas or any platform you like. So, and then there are 2 strategies. You can train each sampling days individually, and then you can plot a model performance curve, something like that. And another way is that we concatenate all the data set from different sampling days. So in that case, we have a whole big data set. And I tried the second method. So that means I concatenate all the data set from different sampling days by using the third channel. So that's why we have 96 sampling points. or samplings. And each one has a image dimension size 256 and 224. And then we concatenate the image with the third dimension. So that's why you see we have 12 channels in total. And then we applied the 5 different convolutional neural networks. As I mentioned, the CNN, ResNet, AlexNet, CNN 3D, and CNN long short-term memory. And those are some kind of already published, almost a decade year ago. And we choose the traditional, the classical convolutional neural networks because we want to first check with the most simple convolutional neural network structures. Because every time when you propose a new advanced CNN models, you want to compare it with some baselines or benchmarks. And that's why we are currently, we only modularize the 5 CNN structures. And currently we are still developing new CNN structures. And the whole, the final framework will be the final work will be a big framework including many different CNN structures. So as I mentioned, we for the hyperparameter tuning, I applied the Kairos tuner methods, so which can automatically search the best parameters for the CNN structures. And this is the API for the Kairos tuner. And first, we need to build. We just put the CNN structure into the build model function. And for the layers, when we set up the layers, we give it several options. And say we apply the hp.choice function. And for the first filters, we have 2 options, 32 filters or 64 filters. You can add as many as you want, but usually 3 or 5 different choice should be fine. And similarly for the second layers and also for the third layers. And you can also choose you can also choose different activation functions. Here we just use ReLU, but you can also try like leaky ReLU or sigmoid activation functions. And for the dense layers, so here we set up a range. The minimum is 32 neurons, and the maximum is 128 neurons. And the step equals 32. That means for each time we add 32 neurons for these layers. Yeah. And so this will give us like 10 or 20 different options. So when we go back to the APIs, so here we are choosing the objective function as the validation accuracy. And the max trials means that we randomly select 5 choice from the Kairos tuner, the models. And the executions per trial means like how many times we run for each trial. And usually we can choose like 10 or 20 or maybe even 100. So we run each trial many times because during the training, there might be some randomness which can affect the training or testing performance. To reduce the randomness, we have to, run the training process maybe a few times to get a mean accuracy. And so that's how the Kairos tuner works. And yesterday I gave a workshop in this conference. So if you're interested, you can find more details in my GitHub. I attached a link at the bottom. Oh, yeah, thank you. And then for the evaluation metrics, we applied the mean absolute error, which is very commonly used. So I'm gonna skip this. And also the mean absolute percent error, and also the R-squares to compare the correlation between the prediction and the ground truth. And here is the training and the testing performance. And you see that the basic CNN model trains very kind of faster than the other models because it's the most simple CNN structure. And on the right side is the testing performance. And here's a comparison between the different CNN models. And we split the data set into 80% for training and 20% for testing. So that's why there are like around 20 sampling points here for evaluation. And the CNN model gave us the best performance for the row image. We have like the mean absolute error is only 3 pounds per row. And for the MAPE, the mean absolute percent error, we have like 7%. So I think that's based on our previous experience. So any number between 5 to 10% should be good. And then the question is, how about cotton grade level? So we have the cotton row level, but we have the high resolution UAV image. How do we take advantage of that? So that's why we further split the row image into smaller patches. Each grade is like about 1 square meter. So, but how about the ground truth? We don't have the ground truth for each small image. And the way we do it is that we try to find a correlation between the different features and the yield at the row level. So here is the comparison for different features like red reflectance, green, blue, mask size, canopy cover, and also the canopy height and canopy volume, and also the excessive graininess. And based on the result, we found that the blue reflectance gave us the best correlation between the yield and between the yield and the blue reflectance. It has the best correlation. And actually, there are some other features also good, like canopy cover, and which also give us above 0.9, which is also above 0.9. And so that's how we generate the synthetic data or ground truth for the small image. So after this, this will be a distribution for the yield at the grade level. So we have about 5,000 images. This will give us a much larger data set, which has great potential to train them with more advanced CNN models. So this is a training result, and so we're using the same methods. I'm gonna skip this one. So this is the performance for the cotton yield at grade level, and so you see that this for now our mean absolute percent error is still about like 10%, and so which is I think it's a decent result, but there's still potential to try more advanced models and see if we can get a better performance at the grade level. Yeah, thanks. And we publish, okay. Yeah, the conclusion is that we can use the CNN models to train to predict the yield at a pretty good result. At the row level, we are about like 7% accuracy, and at the grade level, we are about 10%. And for future research, we will incorporate cotton yield from other years. So for this one, it's only for 2022, and we will add more years. And also, we will scale up the framework for more CNN-related models. And currently, we just published this journal at Sensors just a few days ago. So if you're interested in more details about work, we have a modularized work. You can find more details in my GitHub, and we are still developing it. And as I mentioned, in the future, we will add more modularized CNN models into this framework. Yeah, I think that's it. Thank you.
One quick question.
Yeah, so sorry.
Well, if not, this is another interesting approach of, to develop a new models. We're going to have one more approach by a mathematician from basically named Dr. Krishna, major professor sitting here. So, in back to the floor is yours.
Okay, so my name is Zhao. So this is basically what I I can present today. So cotton growth forecast based on the UV data and use the Bayesian neural CDE. So neural CDE is a neural control different equations here. I can talk about that. Okay, as Dr. Landivar, has enough introduction. So basically, I just make it short. So basically, in Texas, we are facing like the cotton production increases. So on the left, you see the bar graph there. So that's the yield number from one of the producer we have. And you see the 2021, so we have like a 400,000 pounds, but in the 2022, you see the number is like 170,000 pounds. That's a big drop there. So that's a problem there. And we think, so if we do the in-season cotton growth forecast, so this can be one of the solutions. And the producer can be benefited for year prediction, resources management, labor and machinery planning, and also the marketing timing. So Dr. Landivar already talked about how to use the in-season forecasting, and Dr. Yuri Khalil gonna talk about the marketing timing. Okay, so how to like describe the cotton growth? So basically, we can use the phenotyping features and the vegetation indexes. And just these two common things there. So one's the cotton cover, so the percentage of the ground area covered by the cotton canopy, and it's also use an indicator of the plant's growth and development. Another one is NDVI, so assessment of greenness and overall health of the vegetations. But we are not interested with these features. And the only features we're interested in is the canopy height. So basically, canopy height is measuring the height of cotton plants and also provide the information about its overall growth and the development. And also canopy height is there's a strong correlation between the canopy height and the cotton yield. So canopy height influence the variety of management practice in the cotton cultivation, such as irrigation, scheduling, fertilizing application, and the regulation measurement. And also canopy height is closely related to the maturity stage of the cotton crop. That's why we're interested in the canopy height. So how to generate the canopy height? So I think Jose talked to this one before. Yeah, so that is how we do that. Basically, you fly UAV, when you fly UAV, you can generate two models. One is the digital surface model, the other one is a digital terrace model. So canopy height is just you found the difference between two models. This gives you the canopy height. Make sense? Yeah. Okay. So when you have the data, so next thing, that's easily you're gonna use the data, train the model, and try to do the canopy height forecasting. So this is the purpose for us. Oops. What's going on here? This is kind of, okay, anyways, I'll just talk about it. So basically we try to forecast the canopy height, use the UV data. And the current state, the state of the art method is one is a recurrent neural network, and the other one is a long short-term memories. So this is two models people use a lot. And they can do these two models, they work for the sequential data. And for the canopy height, basically it's a sequential data, also it's a temporal data. That's why people use these two models a lot. But there are some problems with model here. So first of all, the data comes from the UAV. So UAVs, the fly UAVs are highly related to the weather. So like if you have the rain there, the wind is too strong, you cannot collect data. So that's leading to the regular temporal data. That means the data between the days between the data collection is not even. It's not even. So RNN, the SLT models are designed to process a sequence with even spaced time steps, and the irregular temporal data violate the assumptions. So there's a problem there. And also RNN, the STM are often interpreted as a discrete approximation of the sequence of observation from underlying process. However, this is a discretization typically break down if the data is regular sampled and partially observed. So basically, that means, so one user RNN, the LSTM, so this work has a discrete, but we know for the canopy height, it's a continuous data there. So that's a problem. And another one, so we think about is like RNN, LSTM, and the lack of the uncertain quantifications, which could lead to dramatic outcomes. it's not only for the RNN LCM, it's also for a lot of models. Like you have a result, like how much you trust result, that's the problem. So that means if you have the uncertainty quantification, basically show you how much you can trust your result. So that's why I think we consider this question here. So to solve all these questions, there are two models. The first one is called the Bayesian neural network, and the second one is called the neural control differential equation. So what's the two models? The first one for the Bayesian. So basically, Bayesian BNN give you the uncertainty quantification, and for the neural CDE, so it works as a continuous data. So that's why I want to combine these two models together. So I'm gonna talk one by one. So for Bayesian, basically let's combine the traditional neural network with the Bayesian statistic there. So advance of this model is like, first of all, is a quantified uncertainty in their predictions. Basically means you can tell how much you trust about result. So the second one is the robustness to the overfitting. So we know that if you have a lot of data, that's okay, but most of the case, we don't have a lot of data. So you have small data set, you train a model, so there's a high chance you're gonna be overfitting. But the Bayesian, so it's can perform better when you're working with a small set data. And the last one, also Bayesians can do the continuous learning and also can do the transfer learning. So basically, this graph is showing the difference between the traditional neural network and the Bayesian neural network. So for the general neural network, and we know that you have the weights and bias, and the output gonna be upon we have output there. But for the weights and the bias, you try to find a single value, feed the weights and the bias, and also the output is a single number. But for the Bayesian, so we don't have a single value estimation anymore. So all the things in Bayesian is a distribution. That means for the weights and the bias, they are distribution, and also the output is a distribution. So that means all the relationship in the network can be expressed as the joint distribution. So under such a way, so the mode uncertainty and also the output uncertainty can be captured with the distribution here. That's the difference between the traditional neural network and also the Bayesian neural network. And the second one is the neural CDE. So that's what is a combined different equation with neural network. So the attractive, I mean the advance of this model is first off attractive options for modeling temporal dynamics. So basically for the compute height, it's a dynamic and also a temporal. And second, it have power to handle with irregular temporal data. And the last one is adjusted the trajectory based on the subsequent observations. That means when you have new incoming data, so the trajectory of the curve can change. That's why we only use this one. This function basically this function here is the neural control the different equation model. This can be defined as a solution of this CDE here. This function is here. And the integration is the Riemann Stieltjes integration here. And this is the paper talks about that if you want to know. So you can just go there, check the paper here. And after that, we're gonna test our model. So my data is come from the same place in the Driscoll here. And the producer just divided the whole field into two parts. And the top parts have area like 38.36 hectare. And the bottom one has a 41.8 hectares here. And the producer planned the cottons alternatively. So that means if 1 year he planned the cottons on the top, so next year he's gonna plant the cottons on the bottom there. So we only have 3 year data. We collect 3 year data, 20, 21, 22. But now I have more data. By the time I'm working on this one, I just use the 3 year data here. And to extract the height from this field here, we use the grid shape. So we put this grid shape, lay over the map there. So we try to extract the height for each of the grid. So that's how our data come from. And let's show the raw data here. So basically show our raw data here. You can see we have 3 year data, 20, 21, and 22. If you check the height, so 20 and 21 kind of similar, but 22 is kind of height is short. if you remember the yield numbers, so for the 2022 is really low, the high is really low here. So I just put it together, and I think it's more clear for you to see. So this is how we put, I just put everything together. So you can see the green one is the 2022. It's much, the high is lower than the other two. And also if you check the growth season, the length of the growth season, and the 2020 on 2022, the growth is the length of the growth season is short. That means if you see the data, so 2022 is totally different from, it's not, it's not very similar to the other two data sets. Make sense? Yeah. So what we try to do, since we have we try to combine two models, we try to train the model only with 20 and 21. And then we're going to do the cross-year validation with 22 to see how it's going. And also, since we include the neural CDE, say we want to see when you give the observation, continue to give observation, and how the height curve gonna change when you include more and more observations. And this is still working, but I just show you some like a preliminary result here. Oh, let me see. This is moving. Yeah. You know, there's a way I can just like make it moving. Oh. Yeah, I need a PDF. So I'm sorry. Let me try. Do you know where's the size? Is that stuff? I don't see that. Hard drive? No, I can use my laptop to show you want to use it. Let me check. It's not moving. It should moving. Okay, so what I'll show here is not moving here. So now this is only have one observation here. So with the one observation, so the model generate the height with this curve here. And also you see the green part, that's the uncertainty for each of the points here. So the matter means there's a high, there's a high chance you should trust the model. There's trust the value there, but it's a wider, that means you don't trust the value there. So after that, I just give more and more data, like I put more and more observation from the year 2022. So remember the curve never see the patterns of 2022. So when you get more and more curve here, so when you get more and more observation, so the curve can landing here, and finally it's going to go down and follow the patterns you saw in the 2022. So that's the preliminary result we have here. Basically, yeah, that's the thing. I want to show that, but it's not moving. Yeah. And this is not done here, but this because we need to do more things there. First of all, this is the data set is small, so probably we can use more data to see what's going on. Second, this is data only from one place. We won't test this model to different locations to see how it's going when you generate the curve here. And yeah, and also third one is like since it's only for the cotton, and if we try to change the data set, like such as the way the sorghum, to see how it's working with the height here too. That's the future work we're gonna do. Basically, that's it.
Well, I'm sorry that too late.
Yeah, this is my professor. Oh, thanks to my professor, Dr. Moon, Dr. Bandari, and Dr. Anyone. Yeah.
What about how today?
Oh,
We can display of 4 ways of doing a yield random forest, neural networks, and then simple regression, like, the future for predicting yield is wide open, and to answer the question that we had earlier here, which model might be the more solid model, that is what the best problem, with data. But you saw the range of the data. You asked a question, and I don't know if you can you go back to one of your slides. And this one more.
Oh, one more. Okay.
Oh, well, that's better. But it was displaying 3 years of data, high, and mean, and a low yield. Ranges from about 3 levels to 1. And then you see all kinds of plant height, canopy cover, and that's what the models are looking for, for comparing the actual year to whatever they are. That was a very good draft. Well, thank you very much. That concludes the. Is there any questions?
I have a quick question. You showed the drainage map, which shows kind of the high end, kind of the cover map, the big area. Do you have grassroots information for each tree yield?
Yeah, we do something.
Okay, what's the resolution of that area? What's the size? 10 meter?
It's a 10 meters by 10 meters.
10 meter by 10 meter. You have okay.
Yeah. So we did do the ground sample to start time there.
Okay. So we have lots of
But the best data that we have for this, of course, is the John Deere yield monitoring, which is for, that by location, GPS, and then we can assign, the yield. That's the best, now, for different purposes. For example, for the biomass model, we sample 20 grids, and we got, several times in the season by hand. And then for the power quality data that the miner is doing, we did 200. So over the years, we got a lot of data on this, but it's impossible to sample the, the 5,000 grids that we got in each year there. But that's what we got a database, and well, all of the processes, including the one that you asked, the plant size and canopy cover, having is very extensively evaluated and developed by this fellow here, when he was in Corpus Christi. So we're very confident, that we can do plant height, for example, almost as good or better, because it's more consistent with drones than by hand. Canopy cover.
Yeah, we are working in this estimation supplement form, but we don't have too much ground truth data for that segmental resolution or something. We are just one data for one row. It's okay.
Well, yeah.
The Bayesian neural network approach, do you have an assumption in terms of modeling the distribution like the Gaussian, where you just keep track of the mean and the variance? Or do you keep the whole distribution like histogram and track that?
Yeah, so basically for the Bayesian, so you need to find the prior distribution here. But since you have you don't have any knowledge about the prior distribution, that's right. So the easier to do is just define, just use a Gaussian distribution. That's the best guess, since you know nothing about it. What's the ground truth distribution?
Good question. You predicted the plant height, right?
Yes.
So did you correlate the plant height to the yield?
You can do that. Yeah, we different model, like the clarity model, so we can do the yield.
In my presentation, that was one of the variables used for correlating of canopy cover, plant height, canopy in one of the vegetative inputs for predicting yield.
Yeah, that's why you see the curve is kind of like a long curve, so we can't predict like 140 days, 30 days there. But you just have one UAV flight, which is one observation, so you have a curve. Yeah, but you have more data coming, so it's you can change the dynamic. Even though this model, I mean, like I showed, like 2021 is totally different from 22, but it's kind of changing, and we can follow what happens on 22.
So we can correlate it, but it would not be accurate. We need other parameters, like what you said.
Yeah, this is only one feature, so we can try different ones to see how they run with the model.
Yes, one of the take-home messages I think from this group of presentation is, that they are very different ways. And there's gonna be a nice presentation from your colleague from Purdue tomorrow. Statistician way of looking at very simple model to very complicated model. And which one is a correct one? Dr. Lay here is like the complicated guy. Dr. Liu maybe in the middle, and I got it very, very simple and, doing a stepwise regressions and that fun. But the R squares, that I'm getting, the 95 and and using simple technology, well, you ought to attend the presentation tomorrow by the our guest speaker. I already heard it say talk, but you'll answer your question.
Yeah. So the answer changes with data, what type of data, how much data you have, and the underlying problem you're looking at. All of them could be relevant, complex kind of approaches or very simple approaches, depending on the problem and data.
Yeah, but go ahead, Gina.
My argument is that data. No, I don't think so. I mean, you can have larger data from a simple model, and you don't really need too much data if the underlying model is so simple. It depends on the complexity of the problem. Yeah. But the underlying if you're just looking into linear relation, you don't really need so much data. It's very important. That's why you don't